What's going on, everybody? Welcome to week 2 of the Beginner to Reader Astrology course. I'm your teacher, Brian Scarborough. I really appreciate you all for joining. Last week, we dove into the planets. We did touch on the archetypes of those a little bit, but really, we looked at the planets, um, their sign they ruled, their orbit, their retrograde period. I mean, we definitely looked at a lot of different ways to view the planets and what they represent and how to start building that story. We're going to go into that more today. Of course, I want to touch on domicile, where the planets are at home. So where they have that, rulership of. We're going to talk about exaltation, detriment, fall. We're going to get into how to really use the planets, move them into the signs. We're going to go deep into Pluto to start because we left off with Neptune last week, and then get into some of the house systems to finish, because I have a nice trick for everybody about how to use the planets, the sign, and the house, and how to look at that in a constructive light. Kind of like setting the stage, which is exactly how I'm going to present it. It is a stage, and that's how we can look at it. So without further ado, let's jump in to week 2. All right. I do want to show this to start off class because I think it's just so good. This is just something we should, I might even touch on this every week when we start. It's just such a powerful quote. It's from Yogananda. It is, chat over here so I can see everybody first. It is, a child is born on that day at that hour when the celestial rays are in mathematical harmony with his or her individual karma. The resulting horoscope is a challenging portrait revealing his or her unalterable past and its probable future result. But the natal chart can be rightly interpreted only by women and men of intuitive wisdom. These are few. That last sentence, but the natal chart can be rightly interpreted only by women and men of intuitive wisdom. These are few, is everything. There's something about astrology that is so ninth house, which I talked about in week 1 of this class, that is about the intuitive nature and the philosophy and the putting the big picture together. This is where I differ from a lot of the astrologers out there that are very traditionally based, and they're just bookworms out there, and they're just in these crazy, everything's this crazy thing to get to this thing, and it's like, got to do all this prep work to make sure they can go through all these things. But there's something about just pulling up a chart and knowing how to look at it and intuitively go through the chart that you can hit with a reading or hit with a horoscope. It's so important. So I want you all to take that in as we get started here, and remember that this is about your intuitive interpretation of your astrology, because you can feel this stuff and you can feel it when you look at another person's chart. And I think that that's what's so important too, is to remember the feeling that you get as we start to learn about this stuff. What do you really feel when you're thinking about Mercury? Do you feel like it's just the mind? Do you feel like it's just communication? Do you feel like it's about excitement? Do you feel like it's about the exchange of knowledge? I mean, it's pretty wild, right? Mercury can go a long way. Think about how it goes around the sun in 88 days. So it's touching every planet along the way and speaking to everything so that it can be that, best friend of the sun and deliver that message. So it's the messenger of the sun, but it's talking with every planet and getting the info, getting the facts. So something I wanted to touch on. I think this is very important as we get going into this. to go back over a little bit of last week and just kind of cover some things, we did go over the planets. We did not touch on Pluto yet. But the sun is that fuel. It's your conscious light. It's where if you put that energy in where your sun's at, you will get, creative results. It is that creative actualization of your soul and of your purpose. The moon definitely is about our emotions, of course, and a lot of intuitive depth there, but it's our personal life. It can rule our mother, can rule our home life. A lot of different aspects come from the moon, but it's this inner, really like this energy of this like PhD, this like you came in with this moon sign because this energy deep within you. It's not necessarily that everybody sees it in you, but you have that, pretty much locked down. So when you go back to your moon too, it's actually where you have great wisdom and you can just teach people about that energy. You're like a natural teacher. Maybe it's why I'm very Uranian, very Aquarian too. Of course, for me, my sun is conjunct Uranus, and I also have a moon in Aquarius. But, that Uranian kind of nature is prominent in my life. Where is it prominent in your life with the moon? What are you good at? Do you have a moon in Scorpio like we have right now for this class, going deep into these other realms and merging with this, this great wisdom of astrology? Do you want to go deeper into everything in life? How investigative are you? Mercury, the mind, the environment, stimulation, quick, fast. Let's go figure these things out. Let's take it all in. Venus is, of course, the planet of our self-worth, our values, rules money. It's very earthly. It's very, heavy. It's got that Taurus energy, but it also has the Libra energy of relationships, balance, beauty, art, the other. So learning how to value the other, but got to remember too that your value of self is most important, in my opinion, because Taurus comes before Libra. Mars is your desire nature in life. It is your conscious desire nature. It is how you act. It is instinctual. It is impulsive. It just goes after things. If you have a strong Mars, you're fearless in a lot of ways to go after something and to make things happen and to pioneer and to be yourself and to really use that great fuel from the sun. Remember, it is the sun and Mars that really do bring the identity of who you are. The creative side, this expressive side, this light. And then Mars really is, actualizing that as well, in a sense that it's doing something with that energy. Jupiter is our beliefs, the story, the philosophy. It's intuitive. It's very right brain. If Mercury's left brain, then Jupiter is the right brain. But it is about this expanse. Jupiter is always expanding. It does not know how to contract. Jupiter is going to keep expanding until it becomes a star someday. Saturn, oh, Saturn, daddy, the planet of course, restriction, planet of, dedication, though at the same time. There's something about having to push through restrictions in life, having to learn lessons. It's the planet of karma. It's the planet of time. It's represented by Kronos, remember? So it's not necessarily a comfortable thing trying to achieve that dharma in many ways. Saturn is very important about where you came in and have to put in work and effort, and it takes time, and you can hold great power and great status in that area of your life. And of course, in other areas too, but it is about reaching higher in life, and it's about the ambition to do so. Uranus is where we break free, we liberate ourselves. It is where we have ultimate uniqueness, and there's so much creative potential that comes through being an individual to relating to others. It is the planet of humans. It represents humans too. Everybody's unique and special. Everybody came into this life with some special, potent, unique ability that, if channeled properly, they can innovate for the collective and, really, come together in groups of people. So it is the individual that finds itself and that unique special purpose, and then it does link up with like-minded people and like-minded energy. But it is the liberator, God of the skies, God of the heavens, and Uranus is always trying to take us higher, but it is unpredictable change that usually pushes us to reach that level. and go higher. Neptune, of course, is the planet of dreams, illusion, drugs, rules media. It's very spiritual, though. So there's a fine line with Neptune where it's so spiritually connected, so in the channel of the universe, so that ability of Neptune to fog us, to give us unclarity, to have us be hypersensitive in life. It is such a sensitive energy. And now we're going to look at Pluto. Pluto. Pluto is definitely a big deal in evolutionary astrology. Pretty much the whole paradigm of evolutionary astrology is based around Pluto. And it was really channeled through Jeffrey Wolf Green, I believe in the early 70s, maybe the late 60s, but he really started pushing it in the 70s. But very fascinating stuff. I recommend everybody, if you have not heard of it and you're interested in evolutionary astrology, the Bible of evolutionary astrology. If I can find books. How do you work an iPad? Books. Pluto. The Evolutionary Journey of the Soul. Volume 1. This book is insane. I mean, the amount of content in this book will blow your mind. Goes through, a lot about Pluto, goes through Pluto in the house and the sign and how important that is in our soul's evolutionary journey. So I think you can get this book pretty cheap. I think it was like, I don't know, I forget what it was on Apple Books, but probably like $20. And there's also a volume 2, which goes into relationships and how important Pluto is in composite charts and that kind of stuff. So definitely, if you're interested in Pluto and what we touch on here, and you want to do a deep dive, these 2 books, Pluto Volume 1, Volume 2 from Jeffrey Wolf Green, will blow your mind. So I do want to say that. Pluto. Well, Mars, remember, is our conscious desires. Pluto is the higher octave of Mars. Now, we talked about octaves a little bit with Mercury. Mercury is the lower octave of Uranus. Venus would be the lower octave of Neptune. So there's these higher octaves, these more of a feeling aspect, more of a deeper embedded, energy in these planets that hold a similar frequency. Like Neptune is very dreamy. Venus can be very dreamy, but it's like the reality of these dreams. And Venus is also exalted in Pisces, right? Where Neptune is the ruler. So looking at that, Mars and Pluto are tied together as octaves. Mars is the conscious desires. Pluto is your soul's desire nature. It's deep. Pluto will hold the secrets of where you've been in past lives as a soul, where you're going. We're going to start to learn too about the phasal relationship between Mars and Pluto as we go through this course, and how you can start to see where that phase of Pluto in your chart is actually at and what your soul desires to make happen. So it is this desire nature, but it's compulsive. It's very, Pluto gets very embedded. It's compulsive. Embedded. If I spell something wrong, I apologize. Spelling is definitely not my strong suit. And I don't have autocorrect with this. So deal with it. It's so deep and it's so compulsive, and it is this desired nature, right? But it's a dual desire nature with Pluto. So it's like a magnet. What happens when you put the magnets right and you get the positive and the negative correct? Boom, stuck. They merge, right? So it is about merging. But what is it merging with? And what is it magnetic towards? And how quickly can things change if you pull a magnet apart and you flip them around and you get positive, positive? What happens? Boom, repulsive energy. So it's compulsive and repulsive. So it's crazy, right? Because we think about Pluto too, it is death and destruction, but it is also rebirth, but it is also about this deeper emotional commitment. Pluto, it might be the most emotional planet. I mean, think about it. It rules Scorpio. Scorpio is fixed water, fixed emotion. So, oh boy, when you get Pluto involved, talk about fully in. It'll get all the way in to merge, but there's the dual desire. So where some people, you can look at this as like just some people in the world, some people have a deep desire to know more about our soul, to know more about why we're here. What's the purpose? There's a desire to merge back to source. For some people, their journey here is about the opposite. It's a repulsion. It wants to just desire and just go after a physical 3D, whatever, life, earthly existence. So there's different levels of consciousness, which I'll touch on later too in this school. But Pluto is in that too. And I will say that with the consciousness and the stages that of evolutionary consciousness, you cannot look at a birth chart and say, oh, this person's spiritual consciousness or this person's consensus or individuated. That's just by communicating and talking and seeing where people are at. So you have to like ask questions and like get to know people to see where their evolutionary, state of consciousness is at. You can't just be like, oh, they have Pluto in the 12th house or Pluto in the 8th or North Node here, South Node Pisces. Like they're all into the, they know spirituality. They very well might, but they also could just be here to, really just experience the other side of Pisces, which is, oh, wow, you've lived very delusional lives or committed suicide or, were the town drunk. Anyways, there's so you can't judge people also based off just their chart because you have to figure out the evolutionary state. And I think that's important to touch on. You don't want to go judging a book by its cover, which the astrology chart, sure, it tells a huge story, but you gotta kind of see where people are at. So emotionally embedded. I mean, we're talking the deep emotional desires. It's about commitment too. Where do you emotionally want to go all in? Of course, it rules investments too. So it's not just an investment of money. I mean, we're talking about investment of energy, this soul investment and who it wants to invest in, what it wants to invest in, and if it's going to stick and commit, or if it's going to get in and investigate and then get repulsed and go the opposite way. So Pluto is definitely a bonding agent to many things in our life. It can rule manipulation. Be very, very manipulative, but it's also investigative. Oh, Pluto wants the bottom line. Pluto wants to go all the way in, see what's up in there, to understand it emotionally, get into it, and then it found the bottom line. And, that's where you have to be able to detach and use that dual desire nature to go fully in, fully in, fully in, but then get the bottom line, get the answer, and then break away. Because Pluto to me is like, it's a big metamorphosis energy, and it metamorphosizes stages in our life. So not every stage in our life, we don't know what the time limit is until we get there. Say we get into a relationship, but then all of a sudden we investigate that relationship for so long and realize, oh, wow, this isn't the relationship or the partner for me. Well, it's got to be able to break that bond. So it's very bonding, wants to merge, can get so emotionally attached, and then not want to let go. So where Pluto is too is where we can just get way intense about any situation that we're in. I mean, it can be a lot of things that we emotionally attach ourselves to. So also where Pluto's at in your chart is where you're pretty intense. You got Pluto in the third house, you are going to have a very intense mind, a very investigative mind. You are going to go so deep into what the truth is and what the fact is, and always want to investigate what is going on in your environment and deliver that message maybe. And we'll go through Pluto in the houses too. So if you don't have Pluto in the third and you're like, I want to know about my Pluto, like we're going to get there. I'm just giving some examples right now. So we can also look kind of like we were doing last week at this. So Scorpio keywords, but Pluto rules Scorpio, and these are very connected to especially the planet Pluto. Commitment, fear of entrapment, spy, investigative. It wants to know. It is about secrets too. Like Pluto will hold secrets until the very last minute. Betrayal. Ooh, that's a good one too that I should have wrote on here when I was doing it. Is Pluto lets us know where we have power. It is the planet of great power within us. But boy, oh boy, does Pluto also show us where we are powerless. Powerless, which shows up over here. Powerlessness. It shows where, there are forces beyond our control working, and there's not much we can do. You're in a committed relationship with someone, and they decide they don't want to be with you anymore. It could be for something you did. It could be just because they weren't feeling it anymore, but they leave. Oh, betrayal, abandonment. You don't have control over that. That person decided they don't want to be there anymore. And that can hurt, right? So Pluto can have that energy of hurting because something you wanted got taken away and you don't have power over that situation. A good example is like when I had Pluto cross over my sun and my Neptune in 2015, and I got in a really bad car accident. Oh boy, did Pluto show me where I did not have any power, any control. Here you go. Here's the universe showing you how little control you have right now. And what are you going to do about it? A lot of times there's nothing you can do about it. But another example with relationships with Pluto and like a partner leaving or something is, that partner could be done, and there'll still be that one person that's so emotionally in, and it involves love, and there's a lot of things that go into that, but they'll fight tooth and nail to try and keep that relationship going, and maybe they get back in it only to have another situation where the universe repulsive energy pulls that apart, and they're heartbroken once again and devastated and feeling betrayed. I mean, these are just examples, so think about them in other ways too. Obsessions. Pluto definitely is where we can obsess. It's so compulsive. It'll embed itself in something. Again, relationships are a good example because the eighth house is that merge. It's kind of like marriage. It is the bond. So it's just like you can really use relationships in this area very well. Get obsessed over a relationship. Can lose yourself in the intensity of another person. And sex and the intimacy. Pluto's very intimate, wants to see all things. Pluto rules the genitals. So we talked about where other planets ruled. Mars rules the head. Venus rules the throat. I mean, really, it's the sign. So Aries rules the head. Taurus rules the throat. Libra rules the kidneys, keeping us in balance. Saturn rules the knees, your bones, your teeth, stuff like that. but it's really Capricorn. So it's Scorpio that rules the genitals, your sphincter, you know, um, that kind of stuff. Fear of intimacy, fear of vulnerability. There's something about Pluto that it's trust. Like at some point too, we realize that we have to trust something else. That, I mean, obviously we want to trust ourselves, but we have to learn to trust and to be vulnerable. Sex, of course, very Plutonian, very Scorpionic, very eighth house. There can be fears around that too. Like, you know, some people really don't want to show their genitals. They don't want to be naked. It's not comfortable, you know. So that's where Pluto can come in too. Shared resources. It is about that merger too, and the investment and being able to merge power. It's like, oh, you have something that I need. So I'm going to get in with you to get what I need. Right. And that's sort of the manipulative energy too, but it doesn't have to always be looked at that way. But it's like, where's something I want? Because Pluto will want it and it'll go after it intensely and passionately, and it's fully in. I need this. How am I going to get it? So, how am I going to get, how do you get those shared resources? Well, there's a bunch of different ways to do that. Resourcefulness, it'll definitely investigate all the ways to get in and get what it wants. It is about power. So, how can I level up? It's about graduation too. I look at Pluto as like a graduation. We reach points in our life where we want more because we've graduated a certain situation in life. We can almost be a little intimidated because there's an intimidation to Pluto as well. We can be intimidated to go to that next level in our lives. Magic is very Plutonian, very Scorpionic. Alchemy, you know, going deeper into why, you know, what's going on with the stars, as above, so below. You know, using this universal, you know, knowledge and wisdom to make magic happen, to go deeper into these, you know, different psychologies of why. Pluto's definitely about asking the question, why? Why? Corrupt power. Oh, yeah. Definitely corrupt power, manipulative power. We see that, of course, now with Pluto in Capricorn and a South Node in Scorpio as we're teaching this class. There's a lot of corruption in Capricorn, the system, the government. Some people don't want to hear that, but it's all coming out now, you know. So we're in a time now where we're seeing how corrupt power really is, seeing it for what it is. That was the Pluto in Capricorn journey. You know, everybody got this compulsion to start a business or, you know, make something of themselves in this world. And then it kind of turned into like, oh, wow, where is society really going and who's running this ship of where, what? You know, talked about manipulation, loss, abandonment, merging. We talked about all that. The metamorphosis. It's definitely about that osmosis effect, like taking in more information, going deeper, you know, and then what that does inside of you and the alchemy that takes place when we do that deeper work, whether it's going deeper into understanding ourselves, deeper into understanding the universe, understanding God, creator, astrology, whatever it may be, you metamorphosize and alchemize inside of you this knowledge, and then it changes your psychology. So Pluto's very related to your psychology as well. Taboo, of course, it rules all the stuff. Oh yeah, all the stuff that we're not supposed to talk about: sex, drugs, rock and roll. No, not rock and roll, but and not necessarily drugs either. But it is like, it's interesting when you find eighth house people with a heavy eighth house or sun eighth house or something. You can get your drug dealers, your strippers, you know, the stuff, you know, the stuff. Oh, don't do that. Astrology is taboo, tarot, you know, very Plutonian. It's connecting us to these deeper levels of reality that are not always seen. Remember, Pluto, Smallest planet and that far out there, takes a long time to see some of the stuff that's really going on. But it does have that taboo effect. Covert, it's hidden. Like I mentioned, it's always creeping in the background. So that's why it's our unconscious desires. If Mars is our conscious desires, Pluto's our unconscious desires, because we might not even realize this operating system that's going on inside of us or around us in transits, because it's hidden. There's the hidden element. Covert, secret. Oh, there's always a secret. Just when you think you know it all. Oh, by the way, kept this from you. I've been cheating on you with your best friend for 3 years. Ah! Abandonment, betrayal. Oh God, like those are Plutonian things too. Darkness. Pluto is the lord of the underworld. It can get dark. It can get very dark in Hades' realm down there. But it is always that moment in the darkness where you start to see the light the brightest. And that's where death and rebirth play into Pluto as well. Sexual violence definitely can deal with rape energy, manipulation, sexual abuse. It goes into all of that, crazy stuff. Paranoia, phobias, fears. Priestess. Egyptian's a funny keyword, but I like that because even when we look back at Egypt now and all of that, there's still stuff getting uncovered, about what was going on in Egypt. How did those pyramids get there? Slaves? You're telling me those slaves dragged the stone all the way there and stacked that? How many slaves did they have? But then there's other, channels that have come out and esoteric wisdom and ancient knowledge that say that they were built with consciousness and our minds, and how powerful our minds and our consciousness can be when it works together. So that's the merging too, and the shared resources, how powerful people can be when they are on the same page and when they are putting their efforts and commitments and compulsion in the same direction. What power can come from that? Maybe Egypt's a good example of that. The intensity of Pluto, we talked about that. The fascination, yeah, it can be an absolute like obsession. Macabre, I don't even know what that means, so I can't elaborate on that. Very psychological. Violence, death, murder, that stuff, evil and destruction. But there's something about destruction that makes way for construction. So going back over here, we want to also consider that that's the cycle of life is very Plutonian like that. Life is all about death. You cannot have one without the other. And everything comes back to that. Nothing lasts forever. Everything will deteriorate in this physical plane. And Pluto reminds us of that. It's not a place where things last forever. Everything will eventually disintegrate. Now, that timeline is not, what that's going to be for certain situations, hard to say. It's more of, I think with Pluto, a deep feeling of what's going to last and, what's here to stay and what's working and what's, getting the repulsion effect away and what energies are dying off. But also it is literally the cycle of like, we are born as a soul on this planet and then we die, and our soul leaves this planet. But maybe that's one of the best things that we actually get to look forward to, is that experience and then going back to that greater consciousness. But human nature, we are so afraid of death, right? And that's Pluto, that's fears. We're so afraid. But if Pluto is our soul cannot die. That's part of the illusion, is that we die actually. Like, yeah, this physical body will die, but our soul won't. And what our soul took from this life, is very important for it in one facet or another in its evolutionary growth, no matter what. No matter what the experience was, we chose that, right? From a higher consciousness. So the soul's always probably, from what I would imagine, actually very excited and, stoked at that point, regardless, because it learned something for the greater source of all things, which is the whole purpose of our soul. It's fractals of God, creator, source. And that's how God, creator, source becomes that I am presence, is through our experiences as souls in whatever dimension we may be at, be it this physical one or other galactic ones, which could all be going on, right? Same timeline. Like, we can go pretty deep with this stuff, but we'll keep it, astrology based. Why are we so afraid of death? Pluto is the answer for that. It's because we will hold on to everything that we possibly can in life. This physical body we want to hold on to forever. Oh God, I have to stay here. Our loved ones, when we get older and, hopefully we get older and our parents pass away. I know it doesn't always work out that way, but, we get pretty devastated by death in life. And when our loved ones that we weren't ready to let go of, go away because their time was up. Their soul had learned whatever it was meant to learn and on to the next. And, there's other deeper spiritual layers of that where, even as yourself and your soul's journey through this life, that soul had a contract to come into your life for this period of time and leave at this period of time. But we will obsess over the why did they leave me now, when it was part of our growth to go through that experience. So Pluto, life, death, the soul. It's deep stuff. We're going to touch a lot more on Pluto through the houses when we start getting into, reading charts, but we haven't even pulled up a chart yet. We're not even there yet. But those are the planets. I do want to touch on the next part. The nodes of the moon. The north and the south node. We'll start with the south node first because, well, we've been there before. The south node represents the past. Now, node is Latin for not, meaning the north and the south node they're not a physical thing that we can see. They're not a planet. They're not actually there. They are a very amazing, universal mathematical equation of where, from our vantage point on Earth, we can see eclipses. So because of these knots in space and where the sun and the moon are on the ecliptic and how they orbit each other and Earth, or whether, the Earth and the moon orbit the sun, whatever it may be, they reach the same declination, the same point at these nodes. And that's where we get eclipses, lunar eclipses and solar eclipses. So they are these very powerful spiritual points of what our soul came to do. Because if Pluto represents also the past and what we've been doing, it also represents where we're going. But we're going to touch on that more later too, about the polarity point of Pluto when we get into more of the advanced stuff. The south node is also the past. So when you start to put Pluto and the south node together, you can really start to work out some past life equations. And I will touch on planetary nodes as well in this, because not a lot of people talk about those, but They're also important to know. But the south node of the moon is where we came from. It's where we get eclipses. It's always going to be an exact axis opposition to the north node. That will never change. They're always opposing each other. It's just the way it is. And they also move in retrograde motion. So their mean form of motion is retrograde. So the nodes, if you don't know, they travel from Aries to Pisces to Aquarius to Capricorn. If that's the north node or the south, they're always going reverse where the planets are going. Like we're in Cancer season now, we're coming into Leo season next. Then we're going into Virgo, then we're going into Libra. So the nodes are always going the opposite direction, but they do go direct and move around back and forth similar to planets. And that's just kind of a crazy equation in itself. Past, where you came from, what you've been doing, it's definitely what you're good at. Wherever your south node's at, you've spent a lot of time in that area working on whatever that sign would be, whatever that house would be, whatever the aspects would be, whatever the ruler of that north, or I'm sorry, of that south node would be. Definitely dealing with a lot of karma. Now, a lot of people say, don't do your south node. Stay away from your south node. Just do your north node, north node, north node, north node. There is no possible way, just like where your Pluto is by house, that you can not do your south node. It's not about not doing it. It would be actually impossible for you to. You just do it naturally. It's in you. That energy is happening throughout your life. But, it's about learning to go the opposite direction and learn the polarity. You don't want to just, necessarily focus and hone in on your south node. It's great for past life work. It's great for diving into a deeper meaning of what you came to learn in this life because of past life experience on different timelines. But it's very karmic, deals with the past. It's where we came from. When we pull up charts, we'll really go into aspects and rulership and planetary rulers. That's very important when it comes to piecing the story together. But even just the sign and house your south node is in definitely is telling a part of that story, but you can always go deeper into that. Good at, not just good. I mean, it's good. Your south node's powerful. It is also in Vedic astrology, K2. It is the body of the dragon. So, there's no direction to it. There's no definition to it. It's just kind of illusionary. So it's also where if you just focus in your life and you're not, consciously aware of your nodes and you're just doing your south node, you're not going in the right direction. You're not directed properly. Like it feels kind of good. It's like this, oh, this is easy. But you're not getting anywhere. So it's very illusionary. And the north node, of course, would be in exact opposition to that south node. It is the opposite energy that you've been dealing with. It's where you can find your evolutionary purpose. Your soul came here really to learn about the polarity point of Pluto, depending on the nodes too. There's tricks and stuff that I'm going to go into with that. But it came to learn about the opposite house and sign of Pluto, and it came to learn about the opposite house and sign of the south node. So that's part of the osmosis effect, is taking in the other energy. It's new with exception, but most often it's new. It hasn't fully been actualized in your human evolution yet. or your soul evolution for that matter. You do want to put focus on it. If you can focus on growth, you're going to do better. You're going to grow. It's not the most comfortable thing, but it's real. It is Rahu in Vedic astrology, which is the head of that dragon. So it's actually pretty intense. It's this snapping dragon head with no body. Wants to eat things, wants to, the nodes are intense in Vedic astrology. They're not as intense in tropical Western. They are, but more for a spiritual purpose than just a, you know. But there's purpose in your North Node. You will find that when you start doing your North Node, that the universe opens doors. It might take work, it might take learning, it might take getting used to, but you have purpose there. There's not a lot of purpose to go back into the past. It's not serving your soul anything of substance, which is very no substance in the South Node, where the North Node is very substance. It's bringing substance to your soul and what it's here to learn and what it's here to evolve towards. So they're very important parts. You can start to really build a story with where they're at. And, there's different things that go into the nodes too. Say Pluto squares your nodes. So a lot of people born around the time I was born in 1989 and 1990, they have Pluto in Scorpio square their nodal axis in Aquarius Leo, which I do. It's actually the tightest aspect in my chart is Pluto square the nodes. So what that is that's called a skipped step in evolution, meaning that neither node has been actualized. Now I'm going to show you, if you're reading for somebody who has that in their chart, or if you have it in your chart, or whatever the case may be, and this really does go for any planet square the nodes is a skip step. Pluto's just a big evolutionary one. It's the biggest of them because it's your soul and kind of being stuck in between. The reason that it didn't actualize either node is because it didn't focus on one or the other. It dabbled in both. So people like myself dabbled in Leo Aquarius, both. It never didn't fully get it, didn't fully understand it, so this life becomes about actually focusing on that South node for me. And I'll show you how to do this. There's a system to figure out which node is the actualization node first before the other one can be committed to. For me, it was my South node in Leo in the 5th that I had to go to first, and then North node Aquarius it. But it's both nodes. So that's why, some people, or even, traditional astrologers or whatever it may be, some people aren't aware of this, and it's very fascinating. And I've seen it play out in my life. Of course, I was born with it, but it's like, whoa, I really did have to go into that Leo. I had to really find myself. I had to really, love myself. And I think we all do, but, it happens in different ways for different people. So Pluto square the nodes changes the game. With the nodes, it's not just about don't do your South node, go towards your North node. You have to go into that, and I'll show you in even my chart how you go about that system. Any planet square the nodes is a skip step. is a skip step. So if you have Venus square your nodes, Mercury, the sun, Mars, Neptune, whatever, it's that energy of that planet that didn't get actualized with those nodes. So it becomes a great focal point with that energy of that planet to learn both. But in what order? Again, I'll show you how to do that. But it's going back and recovering steps, because a lot of the times with skip steps, it's souls that just want to evolve. I want to evolve quick. I want to evolve fast. I don't want to put the effort in fully. I mean, I'm just going to skip some steps, right? Like that's why they're called skip steps. Like I'm not going to fully do this. I get it, but didn't. So very like jump around. So there's almost a need to slow down in this life and figure some things out. Which is probably why I also got a retrograde Venus and a retrograde Mercury, to be completely honest. Like, and I'm a generator in human design. Like, slow down and respond. Stop initiating. Stop just skipping and doing, like actually get into things. Get into that energy. Figure it out. So you put that with any planet. That's important to know too when we talk about the nodes and Pluto. The next thing I want to talk about that is of great importance, Chiron. Oh, Chiron. Also, before we go into Chiron, because I almost forgot, I want to look at Pluto with you all. Pluto is such a fascinating planet. It is very small size comparison to Earth. It's smaller than our moon. Crazy. Like, and that's Pluto's little moon, Chiron or Charon. I don't know. But Pluto is itty bitty. But dang, isn't it cool looking? I love that Pluto has a heart on it. It's always fascinated me. Since looking at images of it, it has this heart kind of in it. But it's almost like this kind of broken heart, kind of faded, kind of but kind of like also representing that soul in many ways. I think that, a lot of it too is like our soul really did come from pure love, source consciousness. And it's like this reminder, whether these are real pictures or not, they're in our consciousness of what this energy is. And, I think it's a good reminder that it is based around love. So it's kind of interesting, right? Pluto, Lord of the Underworld, all this dark shit, death, taboo, obsessions, is all based on a higher purpose to find love and to find the soul and to connect with your soul and to love and trust in life, to trust in something bigger, to trust in another person, whatever it may be, to commit ourselves to understanding that life is where we learn we have power and where we learn we don't have power, and where we learn we have control and where we have no control. Some of these new pictures of Pluto are insane. I guess that's just like infrared, but still, like, it's just crazy. And I think it's no coincidence they took planetary status away from Pluto, because I think it is that important. It's like, oh, don't look anymore. But yet we want to send our stuff out there and go take all these pictures about it. It's just something. Or is it much, 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 much more? I think as we're approaching the Pluto return here, today's the 8th. The exact Pluto return of when the Declaration of Independence was signed is coming up on the 11th, with that retrograde Pluto at 2733 Capricorn. Do they not want us to pay attention to that and the changes that are going on, and Boris Johnson just resigning from his, prime minister in the UK, which I think is very interesting, even for the United States Pluto return, because what did the Declaration of Independence, what was that? That was the United States becoming its own country and seceding from Great Britain. And now, we're seeing these headlines come out in Great Britain about their prime minister, resigning. And then, of course, this country's got its own, restructuring and rebuilding that is going to happen, of course, naturally. Maybe they didn't want us paying attention to that, though, taking away planetary status and having us, of course, try to disconnect us from the soul, which is why I think Pluto is such a great representation of the soul, and how this matrix or this reality will try and cut you off from that any chance it can get. Nope, don't look, don't do it. So Pluto, it's worth paying attention to. It's worth investigating. It's worth diving into and using in your natal chart. Now, of course, Pluto by sign is very generational. Pluto moves very slow. It is 248 years around the sun. So, and it doesn't have elliptical orbit. Like Neptune's 165 years around the sun, and it's pretty much a little over 12 years per sign. It's going to be, it's pretty clockwork. Uranus is about 8 years, and it's 84 years around the sun. So, or it's actually 84 years around the sun. And it's about 8 years per sign. So they have very like elliptical orbits, very, proper, I guess you could say. Pluto is in a very strange orbit, which I can pull up here for you too. Like, what? What are you doing up there, Pluto? Like I said, like Neptune, Uranus, very, pretty exact when you think about it. And Pluto goes way up above the, other planets and what they're orbiting, and then it goes way down below. So it does go, ascends us up into these great heavens and then descends us into hell, which I'll be honest, where Pluto is now, it is going into the underworld. And it'll be there for a pretty long time. So the rest of our lives, we have Pluto in the underworld as we're coming into these, great kingdom of heaven ages. But yeah, so Pluto moves very, very fast through Libra, Scorpio, Sagittarius, even a little bit through Virgo. But when it starts to get into where we are with Capricorn and Aquarius, we start to see it really elongate. So Pluto, will spend 20 years in Aquarius. It spent 17 in Capricorn, and it spent, I know it spent 12 years in Scorpio. That's the fastest, but it's going to start. It was like 15 in Libra, like 15 in Sag, but it's going to start just slowing, down in its orbit. So it's going to take longer to go through, especially Pisces, Aries. Taurus is the longest. Like it's going to spend a long time in these areas. So you can't just say 12 years for Pluto. It's, it's going to vary based on the sign. But where Pluto's at is very generational. Those are where we get the generations. Like Scorpio is the millennials. Libra would be Generation X. Even Virgo kind of got Generation X as well, because it's so fast through there also. And then Sagittarius, Gen Z, and then Pluto generation was Generation Alpha for those kids. And Pluto Aquarius, from my understanding, they're the rave generation, the rave babies. And from what I learned, even just talking recently with Dylan, these are very, very, very evolved souls that are not immune to persuasion, control. They just use their internal compass for everything. So I think it's very interesting that we have this generation upcoming, and what they're going to provide to the collective, and how I think a lot of us are lucky that we get to see what exactly they're capable of and where they take everybody's consciousness on this planet. Very interesting to think about and see how that goes. Hades is the god that Pluto is connected to in Greek religion, the god of the dead and king of the underworld, with which his name became synonymous. Hades was the eldest son of Kronos and Rhea. So again, this is Jupiter's brother. This is Poseidon's brother. That family is, they're just ruling it up there. Although this made him the last son to be regurgitated by his father. So Saturn actually threw up Hades and was like, gaga, repulsed, throwing you up. I don't even want to eat you. He was the firstborn son of Cronus. Younger brother Poseidon, Neptune, whom had been swallowed whole by their father as soon as they were born. Zeus was the youngest. Of course, Rhea replaced him with a rock so that he could escape. After their release, the 6 younger gods, along with the allies they managed to gather, challenged their elder gods for power in the Titan monarchy. The war lasted for years, blah, blah, blah. Hades obtained his wife and queen, Persephone. Sorry, I'm not very good with these names either. Persephone? I think that's right. Through abduction at the behest of Zeus. This myth is the most important one Hades takes part in. It's also connected to Eleusinian, Elysian, I don't know, mysteries with Olympian pantheon, particularly as represented in Homeric hymn to Demeter, which is the oldest story of the abduction. Despite modern connotations of death as evil, Hades was actually more altruistically inclined to mythology. Hades was portrayed as passive and never portrayed negatively. His role was often maintaining relative balance. That said, he was also depicted as cold and stern, and he held all of his subjects equally accountable to his laws. Any other individual aspects of his personality are not given, as Greeks refrained from giving him much more thought to avoid attracting his attention. Hades ruled the dead, assisted by others whom he had complete authority. The house of Hades was described as full of guests. Though he rarely left the underworld, he cared little about what happened in the world above, as his primary attention was ensuring none of his subjects ever left his domain. He strictly forbade his subjects to leave his domain and would become quite enraged when anyone tried to leave, or if someone tried to steal the souls from his realm. See that? Like, you are staying with me or I am pissed forever. His wrath was equally terrible for anyone who tried to cheat death or otherwise crossed him, as Sisyphus and Pirithous found out to their sorrow. While usually indifferent to his subjects, Hades was very focused on the punishment of these two people, particularly Pirithous, as he entered the underworld in an attempt to steal Persephone or Persephone, I don't know, Persephone, one, two, for himself, and consequently was forced into the chair of forgetfulness. Oh no. Another myth is about the Greek god. I'm so bad with these names. Cepheus, and originally a demigod, son of Apollo. Anyways, I think you guys get the point. So that is some Pluto for you all. Now we can talk about Chiron. You can't pronounce them either. Yeah. Well, so it goes. Anyways. Chiron. Chiron, of course, let's look at Chiron. I think I think we should look at Chiron. Oopsies. Chiron was a centaur. He was the leader of the centaurs. He was also a son. It was actually it was Saturn is his father, Kronos, but Saturn raped a water nymph, which we'll get into in some of this. Um Philyra. So Saturn rapes Chiron's mother, who was a water nymph, and had this Chiron, who had the body of a man and the lower body of a horse. His front legs were also human, which made him very weird from the centaurs because they usually had four hooves, but Chiron did not. So he's just already this weird thing, and he's even weirder amongst his peers, showing that he was different and in a higher class than the rest, though. He was also had God, he was Saturn's son, so he had the godly presence too. Um, and he's far more civilized. He's also a great philosopher and teacher. He taught all the greats all their knowledge, from Hercules to, yeah, he lived on Mount Pelion with his consort, the nymph Chariclo, his wife Chariclo, with whom he had three daughters, Hippie and Dias and Sire Ho. No, as well as a son, blah, blah, blah. His students included famous heroes and gods of the Greek myths, such as Asclepius, Ajax, Achilles, Theseus, Jason, Peleus, Perseus, Hercules, and Phoenix. So he was this weird thing. He didn't quite fit in anywhere. Very interesting. Had, I'm sure he had a lot of self-conscious about himself, had to, it wasn't fun for Chiron, but he ended up coming into his great wisdom and was a great teacher. His death was a result of events that started when Hercules visited the centaur Pholus in his cave. While trying to complete the fourth task described in the labors of Hercules, the two individuals had supper and Hercules asked for wine. Pholus opened a bottle of sacred wine given to him by Dionysus, but the smell attracted the other centaurs from a nearby area. Those centaurs attacked them to take the wine, but Hercules killed most of them with poison arrows. But then Hercules accidentally hit Chiron by mistake with one of these poison arrows, which I believe the poison on that was actually Hydra. Very interesting. Chiron was immortal and could not die, but this poison caused him unbearable pain. So he lived in this great pain from this. He couldn't die. He's just stuck in agony. Terrible. So he made an exchange with Prometheus. So Prometheus got in trouble from Zeus. If you don't know the story, he got stuck, chained, he was on timeout for life, basically. He gave up his immortality in exchange for Prometheus's freedom. So he took his spot. When he was asked to do so by Hercules, Chiron then took a space on Mount Olympus along with the gods. So Chiron's very interesting and is the most important centaur in Greek mythology. And I think Chiron is one of the most important aspects in astrology as well. Why? Because Chiron sits in between Saturn and in between Uranus. I keep going back to this and then wanting to go back to the browser. Visuals, visuals, visuals are important. So for those who don't know, Chiron is an asteroid, and it sits in between the orbit of Uranus and the orbit of Saturn. So Chiron's is white. So as you can see, it crosses Uranus's orbit, and it actually crosses into Saturn's orbit as well. So it's this very interesting space where Saturn rules what we can see with our eyes. It rules time, space. It rules, this reality 100%. Saturn's the keeper. Uranus is the liberator. So Chiron is this weird asteroid that's going into both of their orbits, and it's in between worlds. And it's very much, it reminds me of humanity. It reminds me of humans. Like there's such a humility aspect to Chiron that is about how we are in between two worlds. We're in between this great infinite consciousness, all these timelines, and we have this ability to go into those realms, but how we're also stuck in Saturn's reality too. So we're stuck in between worlds, and we have a bunch of these wounds because, right, Chiron's the wounded healer. Like that's what everybody knows him as, the wounded healer, right? But it's through the karma of our wounds and the humility that we're human, and accepting that we're human, and accepting that we have these things that need to be worked on in our life, that we transcend. And Chiron's like the rainbow bridge. It's like the key, right? Of course, if you don't know what the glyph of Chiron looks like, it's not a Bugatti. But it's the key. This is the glyph of Chiron. So there is this key element to Chiron. It really is unlocking the great potential we have to connect timelines, to connect to our higher purpose, to connect to our liberation, to connect to spirituality, to connect to our souls, to connect to all the outer realms. It's like we have to go into the most vulnerable, painful places before we can do that. Or if we don't go into those painful places and we suppress them and we don't work on them, and we don't become accepting of them, then we just stay stuck in Saturn's realm. We don't get to unlock the skeleton. We don't get to use this great skeleton key to all this universal wisdom. Because yeah, Chiron's a wounded healer, but he's also the greatest teacher and philosopher of his time and taught all the greats. So when you understand Chiron, you understand your wisdom, and you understand where you have so much potential to share and help others. Chiron to me is very Virgo energy. It's very much about the purity of our souls and the weight that our souls carry, and how, human and real we are, but how also ethereal and magical we are. And finding that, sweet spot there. But it's also about the service to others. It's about helping others too. Doing that work and like releasing these wounds and these guilts that we carry so that we can be of service and help teach and help, heal, and all these great, aspects, and help, harvest a better reality for the collective. A lot of that comes through Chiron. But man, in our chart, personally, where Chiron's at, oh boy, it's rough. So again, we're going to go through the planets and the signs and stuff probably next week, maybe this week. We'll see how far we get today, but that's going to be a step, and we'll go through, of course, Chiron and the importance that it really does have, because wow, Chiron's that important. So don't sleep on Chiron. I won't sleep on Chiron. I will make sure to teach as much as I can on that. So it is wounds. It is where we need to do healing. It is where we have great wisdom. It is, I love this term, the rainbow bridge. The rainbow bridge. It really is. It crosses, we get to cross over into something very special when we do the healing, when we do the work, when we put in the effort and realize our great wisdom and great potential and how we're all weird. Chiron was a weirdo. It's where we feel weird. It's actually I spelled weird wrong. It's where we're just the weirdo. Chiron is the weirdo, which is funny, right? Because Uranus is kind of the weirdo too, the outcasted one, the liberated. But Chiron's on that level too. And Chiron, goes out and meets with Uranus too and kind of takes us to Uranus. So it's like, wow, we really do have to deal with our own thing and realize what we have built in so that, we can embrace our weird. Chiron is definitely about embrace. We really do want to embrace that part of ourselves. I don't think we want to sit there and play the victim either, because Chiron could have just played the victim. Oh, I'm ugly. I'm gross. I don't look like the rest. No, Chiron accepted himself. So it's about embrace and, accepting wounds, accepting vulnerabilities, accepting flaws, and still holding that wisdom through it, still holding that love, not looking at yourself as less than. Another good example of Chiron is, and I'll be honest, David taught me this, but this is Chiron. Oh, not that. We're gonna do, I don't know how to spell. Let's do a hunch. I know I spelled these things wrong. Notre Dame. Load. Like this is Chiron. you know, this is where in our charts we all feel like this. Life feels like this in this area. Ah, rough. And then there's like Chariclo, right? Esmeralda. Like something beautiful that came along and showed, you know, Chiron too, that he was beautiful. And playing with a little mini toy of her. um, but there's like that next tier too, where you embrace yourself and you find your happiness and you find your humility and how important it is to find that and how Chiron is such a key to helping us find that energy through. We're not born perfect. We all have something's wrong with us. We don't get to be perfect. Chiron is the example of that. And I think that the Quasimodo reference is a very good one in reference to Chiron. You don't know how to find your Chiron? It's shaped like a key, Jackie. I took the glyph off, didn't I? Or here. Chiron's always going to be shaped like this, sitting here by Jupiter, shaped like a key. See, here's an example of Chiron in the 7th house. You suffer from broken and painful relationships and feelings of rejections by your partner. You may later have a partner who teaches you to overcome this, or you may teach your partner. These are examples of Chiron. But it's a key. If I will show everybody how to put it into astro.com. If you don't have charting software like Astro Gold, then you can, use astro.com. There's a bunch of different sites you can use. I like astro.com. You can just add so much stuff to it. It's so cool. So cool. So cool. I need to take a quick bathroom break because I drank coffee when I woke up and haven't eaten yet. So it goes. I'm going to leave you with this to think about Chiron while I take a break. If you need to take a bathroom break, now's a great time to do it. Or get some food, get some water, whatever you need. Because we've been in this class for almost an hour and a half, and we have at least another hour and a half, 2 more hours to go. So I'll be right back. Okay. So the next thing we're going to touch on is the archetypes. So, how's everybody doing? Awesome. So the archetypes, the signs. But before I get there, I did want to touch on one more thing I just remembered from last week's class. So we'll touch on it now before we get into that. I talked about the sine wave, and I couldn't find a good map in the moment last week. So I wanted to pull this map up because this would be the equator, and this is the sine wave of everything. It's the sine wave of the ages, which I could definitely show you that too if you're not familiar with that. But it's the sine wave of the seasons and of astrology, and it's so important to know. And up here at the top of this sine wave is what we call the Tropic of Cancer. That's summer, the summer solstice. And then down here, we get the Tropic of Capricorn, which is winter. So then there's this belt that goes through here. That's the ecliptic. That's pretty much where we see all the planets in the sky. So it's this 24-degree band, 24 north, 24 south, which is also the precession of the equinox. If you are looking at a sidereal zodiac, you'll notice that your planets in Vedic or sidereal, however you want to say it, is 24 degrees back. So for me, my moon is 24-22 Aquarius. So in Vedic, my moon is actually 0, 0 Aquarius. My sun, 10 degrees Capricorn, it moves 24 degrees back. I believe it's 17 Sagittarius. So that's how you do that. And that's how it's interesting how this works too, with the precession of the equinox and with the declination of our ecliptic. But we started with, this is the spring equinox. This is Aries. And then we come up into Taurus. And then we come up into Gemini. So we get these spring months of the sun coming north and giving us more light so that we can plant and so that we can get things, life springing and starting. Starts with Aries, really grows in Taurus. And then we get mutable and we start to change seasons with Gemini, and it does become hotter. And we're in that, month of June and, May into June. And then we hit the Tropic of Cancer season. Boom. That's when we get the sun at the highest point. We get it. Unless you're on the southern hemisphere, then like Australia down here, Brazil, stuff like that. They get summer, of course, in the Tropic of Capricorn because that sun is at its highest point in that part of the world. But tropical astrology, Tropic of Cancer, North America, or northern hemisphere, it's summer up here, and that's why the sun's at the highest point in the sky, like high noon right now in Cancer season. As we're teaching this class and going through this together, that sun at high noon, I mean, you don't even have a shadow. It is straight down. That sun is so high up in the sky, it's just strong and beaming. When you get into the winter months and like Capricorn in December, January, well, that sun's sitting way, 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 way low. So even when it's at high noon, you're still getting a shadow. It's not direct hit, it's down. It's interesting too, if you think about like, I don't know. See, I'm not sure. I'll be honest. I'm going to say this straight up: flat Earth, round Earth. But flat Earth makes some good points. I don't know. I don't really care. I'm not dying on either one of those hills. All I know is whatever this reality is, we're stuck here. That's the biggest download I have. We don't leave. So if you think people are going to space, I don't know. Prove it. Go up there and show me. Because it doesn't seem like we ever get that opportunity, or it's just whatever. We can believe what we want, but everybody's entitled to their opinion. I'm not sure. But if this was a flat plane, and it would be something like this. This would be the Tropic of Capricorn, and this would be Cancer. And the reason for that is because when it comes in, it's directly above, high in the sky. And when it goes out, say this is America, it's also pointing that way. So it would be going around that, if anybody's interested to know what that would look like. And I could probably find a map, but I don't feel like looking for it. So this is my terrible drawing of that situation. But that would be the ecliptic path. And then the sun and, the moon travel in between that throughout the seasons. And that's why you get America and the northern stuff in the middle, where it really gets hit with Cancer, and you get like Brazil and Australia down there, where they get hit in the Tropic of Cancer with heavy sun because of that sort of geographic in itself. So Cancer, and then we come into Leo. We are in like midsummer, fixed heat, light, hot, powerful. Then we come into Virgo, and we start to change again, and we're getting ready to come into that fall equinox point of Libra. And you'll notice these are, of course, the cardinal points that change the seasons. They initiate the fall. Come into Scorpio. It gets Wow, it's getting dark. Getting dark in Scorpio, Sagittarius, getting, definitely dark. And then Capricorn, which is actually, the darkest time of the year on that winter solstice, but also where we get lighter every day from there because we started winter and now we're on the pursuit and the rise up to summer. And we come into Aquarius, which is the coldest time of the year, and Pisces, where we're getting ready for spring. So another season change and feeling, everything that happened in that last season of life, in that last cycle, and getting ready to start a new one. So start to see closures and stuff there. And you know what? We'll go into this too. I think it's important to know. That's not a very good. Well, anyways, this would be Aries, Taurus, Gemini, Cancer, Leo, Virgo, Libra, Scorp, Sag, Cap, Aqua, Pisces. Okay. Just to kind of clarify that. But it's important to know the dates. Like you really need to start, if you don't know how to do this stuff in your head and you want to, you really want to know when, so screenshot this if you want, or I can maybe post it on the Facebook page if people want to see it. I have it where it actually shows the full thing. I don't know why it doesn't when I put it on my iPad. But you really want to know when things happen. Like, Aries is March 21st, sometimes March 20th, depending on leap years. Our calendar system throws this stuff off. So don't get so tied up on our calendar system, but know that March 20th, March 21st, it is Aries season. It's the spring equinox. That's a new astrological year. That's the start of a new cycle, which is Aries. Taurus, April 20th through May 20th. This is mid-spring. This is really seeing what you're going to grow in life. This is really embracing what the starts are going to be and do they hold value. Gemini, time to communicate, time to make changes. Does this make sense in our life? But May 21st through June 20th. Cancer, summer solstice, June 21st through July 22nd. Coming into Leo, July 23rd through August 22nd. Virgo, August 23rd, September 22nd. Libra, September 23rd, October 22nd. Scorpio, October 23rd to November 21st. November would be Sagittarius with the November 22nd to December 21st, which is, boom, another solstice point. So solstice point, December 22nd through January 19th, January 20th or 19th, depending, through February 18th is Aquarius, and February 19th through March 20th, boom, Pisces, and then we come back and start again. So you want to know these dates. It makes things easier, especially if you want to talk astrology with someone like, oh, when's your birthday? Oh, my birthday is December 19th. Oh, damn. It's like, I'll be in my head, I'm like, oh, it's like 28, 29 Sag, depending on the year. And there was a leap year or something, but you're probably definitely a Sag. Definitely wouldn't be like, oh, cuspy, like, oh, you're Sag, last degree. You could like have good conversation and like impress people or like kind of do this stuff. Because one thing I do want to teach you guys too is like how to do this in your head, just to know where things are and to pay attention to that. And it's important to know when the seasons change. It's important to know when the signs change and when that energy does shift from sign to sign, and when the light of the sun especially moves. That's a big point of reference. Since we talked about the planets, we will go into this too. Gosh. Um, where did huh. So we want to talk about dignification. We want to talk about detriment. We want to talk about exaltation, fall. You can take a screenshot of this too, or I can, again, if people want it, I can post it on the Facebook page. Um, it's good to know the essential dignities. That's what this is called, the essential dignities. So you really want to know this stuff. It's very important to know and have an understanding of. The sun is at home. So dignified is home. Detriment is not where things want to be. It is, what's a good word for detriment besides just detriment? But that's really the best word, detriment. It's detrimental to that energy. Exalted, this is like the vacation home. Planets love to be in their exalted energy. It's great for them. Fall is like double bad. Planets do not want to be in fall. They feel like they're fallen. They don't feel like they hold the weight of being dignified somewhere. It's just not the ideal spot. It doesn't mean it's bad. It means that that's an area of life and an energy in life that needs to be worked on. It's important. It can be used beautifully. So don't think if you have these planets in detriment or fall position that you're doomed, or that, oh my God, that's not the case. There's beautiful ways to use this stuff, and you can be using that in your life already. But it can be a little bit more challenging, or you have to put a little bit more focus in, or it could be things that you really have to pay attention to, or just keep coming up. The sun is at home in Leo. Leo is the sun is the only, sign that has any power in Leo. There isn't even they say in this, it has the outers, it says that Uranus, or actually it says what they give an exalted, they give Neptune exaltation in Leo. But really, it's just the sun's home. It's just the point of power for the sun. It is fixed in summertime. It is hot. It is creative. It is self-actualizing. It is king or queen energy. Boom, sun in Leo. The detriment of the sun is Aquarius. Does not want to be in Aquarius. Aquarius deals with other people. It deals with society. It's like, gosh, I'm the king or queen and I gotta go be amongst the peasants. Oh, great. Fun. That's where I really want to spend my time. I'd rather be on my throne, like with the royal court. But it is realizing too that the sun has to understand that, everybody is just as special in Aquarius too, and just as unique. So again, if you have an Aquarius sun, it's not a detriment to your life. It's just you're a little bit weird. You don't have that. It's just different. You can still have that shine and still have that, but your expression just comes off a little bit different than a sun in Leo. You know what I'm saying? It's exalted in Aries, which is Mars's home. Sun is very strong. The actual exaltation point of the sun in Aries is 19 degrees of Aries. Again, dealing with the identity. The sun and Mars are the only two planets that deal with our identification in life. So that's, it makes sense that the sun would be exalted there. And it's spring, so the sun gets its power back. It goes the whole winter from Capricorn to Aquarius to Pisces with no fire. So that's one thing you'll notice too, is that we start with fire at Aries, and we end with water to come into summer, or we end with air to come into summer, which starts with water. And then we have fire in the middle in Leo, fixed. And then as we come into the fall, we get fire at the end in Sagittarius. It's mutable. But in the winter, there is no fire. So every season is missing an element. And maybe too, for fun, for homework, you can come up with reasons why you think that certain elements are missing from certain seasons. And the sun is, of course, at fall position in Libra. Why is it at fall position in Libra? Because if you think about it, if this was an astrology chart, which is the chart of houses that I'm going to go over after this, and after we go through the archetypes, so we got a lot to cover, but this is where we're at right now. Libra is right here. So what happens when the sun, which rises right here on the East Coast and goes all the way around, it sets in Libra. So that's why the sun's also powerful on the ascendant, first house energy, is because it's rising and coming up with power and strength and asserting its light and asserting its presence. And then it goes all the way to Libra and it falls literally into the darkness of the night. And we don't see the sun anymore, but it deals with other people. So the sun really likes to identify and shine its light and be about self. Libra, Aquarius, where it doesn't like to be, definitely deal with other people, groups, society, a lot of things that are not just about me. You know, sharing, equality, the importance of that. The moon is dignified in Cancer. It's at detriment in Capricorn. It's exalted in Taurus and at fall in Scorpio. So what you're going to start to notice here is that let's just pull up this chart, is that, okay, the moon's at home in Cancer. It's at detriment in Capricorn. What is that? That's what we call an opposition. The sun is at home in Leo. It is at detriment in Aquarius. What is that? An opposition. The sun is exalted in Aries. It's at fall in Libra. The moon is exalted in Taurus, but it is at fall in Scorpio. So do you see how this works? Dignified, detriment. Dignified, detriment. Exalted, fall. Exalted, fall. So these essential dignities are not so hard to learn. I've seen people really struggle with memorizing these for some reason. And it's very important to know that it's like this for every single one. So where is Mercury at home? Mercury's at home in Gemini. And guess where it's at detriment? Sagittarius. Mercury's also at home in Virgo. And guess where it's at fall? So really, it's almost like Virgo's almost the exaltation, really, for Mercury, but we do give it dignification there too. So it's kind of like dignified, exalted, which is kind of interesting, but it's at fall position in Pisces. So see these polarities and these opposing places? Now this is where you get certain energy, you know, being part of the same stuff too, right? So we get Venus, which is dignified in Taurus. It's also dignified in Libra, So can you guess where it would be at fall and detriment? Can I get someone in class to, where is Venus at detriment? And where is it at fall? Oh, it's okay if it's hard to, you're gonna get this stuff. This is, we're gonna keep, hitting it. So if you don't get it right now, just keep working at it. Yes, Selena, Venus is what in Virgo? But you're right, it is something, but what is it? Fall. Selena got it right. So Venus is, we're going to go to Scorpio. That's its detriment. Boom, opposition. And we're going to see that it's also dignified in Libra, which means that it's also, because it has co-rulership of Libra and Taurus, that it's also at detriment in Aries. Venus, because it has two rulerships, it also has an exaltation point. So Venus has a lot of energy throughout the chart. Venus is exalted in Pisces. Loves Pisces. It is the birth of Venus. It is coming out of the clam. It is that beauty, that connection, the connection to the physical and the ethereal, taking imagination, making it real. That just amazing universal beauty that's within creation is Venus in Pisces. But if it's exalted in Pisces, well, guess what? The opposite sign of Pisces is Virgo. It is at fall in Virgo. Venus does not want to be in Virgo. And the reason why is that we're talking about the goddess Venus here, and it just wants all the, oh, it wants to be fed grapes. It wants to be loved and sensual and beautiful and confident. Well, it definitely doesn't want to see things die or have things taken away from it. Oh, you can't have this grape. Oh, you can't have this nice comfy couch. So it's a detriment in Scorpio. Or, oh, the beauty and balance of relationships and the harmony that we can have with other people, and, you know, and just, oh, this is amazing. I want to relate. There's a nature to humans that want to relate, of course. Venus loves that. Well, Aries is all about self. You know, it's hard to be in a relationship when you're only worried about yourself and you won't give any compromise or balance to another person. Beautiful. Oh my gosh, everything's flowing and creative and magical and beautiful in Pisces. Well, Virgo, fall. That's like where the goddess has to go pick cotton in the fields. Go harvest the field, virgin. Fuck. I just want to be fed grapes and relate and do fun stuff and laugh and have all the nice things. Well, did you earn those nice things? So that's Venus. Then we move on to Mars. Mars is dignified in Aries. It is where Mars wants to be. It's the home of Aries. It is power, strength, the self, instinct. Just go for it. Boom, power. Let's do it. Mars loves that. That impulsive bang. Let's go. Quick strike. Very strong there. But guess what? The opposite sign is, and you'll notice too, like Venus and Mars are opposite energies, right? So what, I mean, we just did this from Libra to Aries with Venus. So, you know, there's different polarities, right, with the planets, but same thing with the signs, and how Mars is the ruler of Aries, and it's at detriment in Libra because it has to figure out how to understand the other person, how to do its impulses and have its desires, but do they meet with what other people are doing, you know? So it has to relate when really it just is the I am presence of Mars and Aries. Mars is exalted in Capricorn, very strong in Capricorn. Mars wants to get it done in Capricorn. It wants to build. It is sturdy. It is like concrete. It's going to make decisions. That's where Mars is so powerful, because Mars knows exactly what it wants in Capricorn, and it knows exactly how it's going to get it and how it's going to plan it out. And Mars gets a little bit more like strategic and just dedicated in Capricorn, and it'll make it happen. So Mars in Aries is very powerful. It'll definitely start things and it'll hit with a punch, but it's like hitting with bricks. It's like, in Capricorn. And it's at fall in Cancer, because that's the opposition. Mars is also co-ruler of Scorpio, which means that it's also at detriment in Taurus. So in traditional astrology, Mars was the ruler of Scorpio, but Pluto was found, and I give Pluto rulership personally. Like if I'm reading a chart to Scorpio, I might consider Mars if I feel called to. I respect it as co-ruler, but I don't necessarily use it like some would. So just throwing that out there. But it is co-ruler of Scorpio, and it's very strong. Mars in Scorpio might be, it is really the strongest Mars position. Like Mars in Capricorn is strong. It's kind of funny, actually. Mars is the one, like Mars in Aries, don't get me wrong, strong. But there's something about that Mars in Scorpio that is fearless and intense and knows how to just hit right where it'll hurt. If this Mars is not scared to go to war and it'll just take the impulse and run with it, this Mars is not scared to go to war. It'll take the impulse, but it knows exactly where to hit with the kill shot in war. So it's knowing how to penetrate into the most vulnerable position, or knowing how to get into the deepest positions in life. And that can be for better or for worse, but it's definitely, Mars is very sexual energy too. Mars in Scorpio is very sexual energy, very strong drive and impulse sexually, but also intuitively, and it just wants to penetrate life. So, yes, penetrate can be used sexually, but it's penetrating life, and it'll go in, and it knows how to hit with a blow wherever it goes. Same with Capricorn, but in a more methodical way. And in Taurus, it's just slow. Mars wants to move fast, but Taurus is very slow and sensual, and Mars can do fine in Taurus. We're dealing with that right now in transit, but it's not quick with a punch, the kill. It's definitely like, okay, time maybe feels like it's moving slower. I'm kind of feeling lazy, not lazy, not lazy, not lazy. And of course, Cancer and Taurus. That's like kind of a lazy Mars. But Mars in Cancer definitely has to feel emotion. It has to act based on emotion. Where are you at? What does that make you feel like? That's where Mars struggles in Cancer, is because Mars doesn't want to consider its feelings before going to war, because war isn't a good feeling, right? Like, oh God, that's not going to be comfortable. Where Mars in Scorpio is like, I will kill him. I don't care. They're going to try and kill me. They're done. It's over. Mars in Aries really doesn't care, because it won't even think about it. I'm just going to war. Okay. I might not hit with the kill shot, but I'll figure it out. I'll just beat him with brute force, until I get the kill shot. Mars in Cancer is like, oh God, I got to hit him again. I didn't kill him. Interesting examples, but we're talking about Mars, and it is that boom energy. But you really want to feel things through. That's like how you figure out what you want and how you figure out what you're going to desire. Like really go off your feeling, and you can, move powerfully with a Mars in Cancer, but also it's very sensitive. So if everything is bringing up sensitive emotions, it can be really hard to take that initiation in life, because you're having conflict of emotion with action. So it's a hard place for Mars. Where Mars in Capricorn too just wants to get shit done. Like, okay, like Saturn's home. They're both the malefic planets. It's like, okay, I need to do this to get what I want. Fine, I will do it. Jupiter, Sagittarius, dignified. Detriment, the opposition point of Gemini. Where else is Jupiter strong? It's also dignified in Pisces, but it gets fall position in Virgo. So it's very interesting that both the benefic planets happen to be fall in Virgo, which Virgo is such pure energy too. You know, it really is that like, let's harvest, let's do things, but there's something about the benefics that don't want to be there. Like they just want the good things. And it's like they get let down or they get the, the air let out of them when they have to get back to reality, and they can't just be in the imagination, and they can't just, be in some story. It's like, damn it, reality. Health. Oh no. Routine. Got to do this. But again, Jupiter and Virgo can be a great, healer, can be a great, wisdom keeper of medicine. It just has to be, focused on expanding its reality and purifying its reality in the same sense. Jupiter is also exalted in Cancer, which, Jupiter has 79 moons, has so many moons. It's no wonder it's exalted in Cancer, and it's no wonder it's at home in Pisces, these two sensitive water signs. Because, our beliefs and the stories we create, we get emotional. We get very emotionally attached to beliefs. Look at religion. People straight go to war over their religious beliefs, right? So it's exalted there, but it also, Jupiter wants to have the luxury. Like, think about Zeus and Jupiter. Like, it wants to have the luxury to just chill out with family when it's not, going all crazy, throwing lightning bolts and, going off on crusades or whatever. Like, Jupiter wants to just chill. There's something about Cancer that just wants to feel secure. And like, how abundant do we feel in life when we do feel like all our needs are met and we're secure and comfortable? Like, it's like going on vacation, which Jupiter rules long distance travel, Sag rules long distance travel and vacationing. Like, oh, how comfortable is it in this cabana on the beach in Fiji or wherever, it feels good. Like, we feel very abundant when we have moments in our life that are secure and comfortable, and where we can also express our emotion in positive ways. So emotion, also think about Jupiter being very jovial, and Sag kind of having that like jovial, kind of happy, like, oh, things are looking up, positivity. Emotion can be very positive too, right? Happiness is an emotion, laughter. So there is, also Jupiter exalted in Cancer is something about that, like, positive emotion. Well, fall position, that opposition to Capricorn. Oh, Jupiter does not love to be in Capricorn. It is Saturn's home and it's restrictive, and Jupiter just wants to expand, 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 hope, believe, stay positive. And then cold, hard reality comes crashing down. And it's like, you have to be responsible. Oh, you want to go on that vacation? Did you earn enough money? Did you take time off of work? Can are you gonna be able to pay the bills if you go? Did you even plan it? Are you just gonna run off and go on something? You think that's gonna work? So Jupiter in Capricorn is restricted, to say the least, and it doesn't want to be restricted, but it has to deal with that energy of restriction and compliance almost. But where Jupiter in fall position is so powerful, or it's actually detriment over here. Anyways, fall position in Capricorn is like, wow, you can actually be really abundant if you can stay persistent, take responsibility on. That's one thing, Jupiter doesn't really want is all this responsibility. But in Capricorn, it's like, you take on responsibility in life, you can have abundance. You can really make a stamp on society. You could be a great politician, have great political wisdom. So it's not bad to have these things. In fall position, it's just a different way. It's like using the opposite energy in fall or detriment of that planet, but using it in the planet's favor. So like where Jupiter always wants to expand, it's like expand business, expand your politics, expand your responsibilities in life. Take on more. You'll actually succeed and have, things very powerful in that position. Saturn, ruler of Capricorn, where it's in its domicile. And then we have Cancer, where it's at detriment. Yeah, this is the the polarity really of Kronos, Saturn, and the moon, the mother, and Saturn eats babies. So Saturn and the moon and Saturn and Cancer are not really a vibe, but it is about ambition with Saturn. It is about getting things done, taking on responsibility, doing reality and reaching for something and striving to be better. And Cancer is definitely more about the home life, the personal life. How can you have this big public image or these big ambitions and goals if you're just focusing on a home life? Got to find, balance there too. But, Saturn doesn't like that, and Cancer doesn't want anything to do with Saturn either, but they have to get along. And that's like being responsible for a caretaking nature, being responsible for your emotions. Really learning you might be very emotional. Emotional responsibility is very important. Or even being responsible for family matters or home matters would be like Saturn in detriment. Saturn's also co-ruler of Aquarius, and it is in opposition to Leo, where it is also at detriment. So Saturn loves these winter solstice, fixed winter with Aquarius, the coldness, the sharpness. Let's get through it. Let's get it done. But the summertime, where everything's all kind of lackadaisical, chill, just, do things that make you happy, feel good, hopefully. Saturn's not a big fan. So Saturn has to, learn how to thaw its heart a little bit in Leo and learn that love is one of the greatest responsibilities. Where in Aquarius, it could just be like how to further society, how to make a stamp in the collective by being unique and being an individual. Has to come back to the heart aspect of it too, and realize how to love. Can't just be a cold bastard all the time. Saturn is exalted in Libra, and it is at fall position in Aries. So Saturn is the judge, the jury, everything in Libra. Saturn is the judge of Libra. Saturn will drop the gamble. Saturn makes decisions. Capricorn's about decisions. It's about big responsible moves in life. Saturn's the planet of responsibilities. Libra, the responsible decision is the just one, the fair one, the right one. It has been weighed out in the court of the universe, the court of law and reality, and this is what it is. So where Libra can be a little wishy-washy on these scales, take a little off, take a little on, put a little on, not as decisive as maybe Aries, where it's like, nope, this, I like that. Or Leo, nope, I like that. Aquarius, again, does everybody like this? And Libra, is this okay with you? Saturn's like, okay, we found fair. We found the justice here. So Saturn's very strong in Libra, and I think Saturn's also important to know that Saturn, holds a lot of weight in relationships. When I start teaching a little bit about relationship stuff in this class, we'll talk about how Saturn in astrology really is the glue, a really powerful glue and bonding element in relationships and what's built to last. Because there's something about Saturn Capricorn where it's about time and like, will this last? So Saturn exalted in Libra is like, will that relationship last? Does it make sense long term? So it gets very smart. Saturn's very smart. It has rulership in Aquarius and exaltation in Libra. These are both air signs, intellect. We got to remember how smart Saturn is. It can make the best decision for everybody, but it can also, want to just make the best decision for the self too, with Capricorn, in a sense of how to reach higher and achieve more for a personal place. Fall position in Aries, it's an interesting one. I personally like Saturn in Aries just because it doesn't really give it like gives control back to the self, but there is karma there around feeling like the self doesn't have purpose, or not feeling like you can make decisions on your own. So it's really learning how to take a lot of authority and make choices and really be a powerful leader, is like the karma for Saturn in Aries. Is like, hey, how do you really be an authority in your life as a self? So it's kind of hard karma there because you have to really work hard to find self too. It's like takes time. Saturn, wherever Saturn's at, always takes time. So it takes time to find self in Aries. But when it does, it is a real authority, and people will listen and people will pay attention. You get that authority in life with Saturn and Aries. Whoops. We are on to Uranus next. Uranus is at home in Aquarius. Liberated, free, forward thinking, innovative, changing the way things are. It is at detriment in Leo. It's the opposition. But they say that this is up for debate. So the outer planets, they have rulership, and I would say a detriment. The exaltation and fall is a little bit up for debate, depending on where you go or what you're looking at. So this is my system. Take it as you want. Uranus is exalted in Scorpio and at fall position in Taurus. So the exalted position in Scorpio is like, you can make radical change in your life by transforming your life, by not being afraid of change. There's a fearlessness because Uranus doesn't think. Uranus doesn't feel, right? There's not a lot of feeling that goes on in Uranus. It's very intellectual. So it's very emotionally intelligent in Scorpio, and it knows how to disconnect and connect at the right time. And it knows how to not be afraid to metamorphosize and alchemize change. So it brings like a really powerful agent of what to fully commit to 100% and what not to. And yeah, I think the fearlessness is a big one for Uranus and Scorpio. Taurus, the fall position, it's hard when you're dealing with like collective energy and innovation and independence and, that freedom sort of element and liberation when it comes to Taurus, because it's about values. So you get this sort of projection on what a collective value would be, or what self-worth needs to look like. And Uranus has to really find out that every, situation, every value is different and unique. And it just doesn't do well in transit there either, I'll be honest. Last time Uranus was in Taurus was Depression times coming into World War II. And then, really got World War II started, and then Uranus and Gemini was really the big parts of the war. But it's interesting, like having to liberate yourself from things that you're so you just are they're so this is what feels good. This is what I'm used to. This is what, this is my money. And Uranus brings change to that. It doesn't like it. But there's an excitement with Uranus and Scorpio that's like, oh, I can just blow this up. I can just blow this up and it's fine. And we'll rebuild and innovate. That sounds great. Taurus is more, why would you blow this up? It's beautiful. What are you doing? I just want to blow it up. We can build something better. No, but it's perfect. um, Neptune is at home in Pisces. It's detriment in Virgo. And then, it's up for debate about the exaltations, but one way to put it is exalted in Leo and fall in Aquarius. But again, the main point of showing you this way was to show you that when planets are at their domicile, which is, we're going to go into that more with the archetype and, why we started with the planet. And then we'll see as we look at the signs and these archetypes is that it's all built off the same thing. Like the planets and the archetypes are the same. Like Aries is so Mars. Taurus is so Venus. Gemini is so Mercury, right? So that's why we're going through this way. And then Pluto, ruler of Scorpio and detriment in Taurus. Now I'm curious to see what this put, because it did have Scorpio. Like, I personally, for me, I think Pluto should be exalted in Capricorn. But it's not on here that way. But anyways, it gives the exalted position to Aries Pisces here, which this is, what was that? Doug Rowe, who made that. But, it's saying that Pluto's exalted in Pisces, Aquarius, which I think makes sense, because if Aquarius too is exalted with Pluto and Scorpio's, in Pluto's home with Scorpio, then it kind of makes sense having that, same destructive, liberating force kind of come through and, start a revolution and get like intense about that. But that would mean that Leo is the fall position and Virgo. Oh, it wasn't Aquarius. Whoops, it was Aries. I was like, oh, I thought I remember seeing Libra as the fall on that. Which actually, Pluto also sharing exaltation with its lower octave Mars in his house makes a lot of sense too. But again, the exaltation and fall for those outers is definitely something that's, kind of up for grabs. There's not like a solid, this is the right way to do those. I would say for the personal planets, there's definitely, it's kind of etched in stone. The outer is not so much. So, another thing you could do on the Facebook page or, I did put a chat box up on the website for people to leave comments on if they want, is like discuss where you think the outer planets should have their exaltation and fall. Do you agree with the ones I showed you, or do you think something different? Because even just having that conversation can, further astrology in itself. So that's the essential dignities. Do you guys have any questions on essential dignities? Or do you think that was a good job of explaining it? Got that light on my face again. Good. I'm glad that was easy to digest. I think it just helps to know it's opposing. Like, it makes so much sense if you know Saturn rules Capricorn, that it's not doing so hot in Cancer. Mars loves Aries. It's not doing so hot in Libra. The sun loves Leo. It's not doing great in Aquarius. It loves Aries too. It's not doing so good in Libra. So I would say something else, like really study what planet rules each sign. And I'll write this out. You can take a screenshot or you can write it out yourself. But oops. Oh, there's a question. Oh, your request is pending to the Facebook group. I'll I'll do it. I'll let you in right now, actually. Yeah, there are a couple new ones in there today. I think I checked last night and I didn't see anything. All right, Leela, you're in. Gotcha. And then my question would be how this plays out in real life. Like, what does it mean to have exalted or detriment, like in our day to day? We're gonna get into that more. But I'm gonna go in to a few different things as this class progresses. Like, we're gonna go into charts and like what it means to have planets in these signs in a natal chart. And then we're going to go into the mundane stuff about what it means in transit just for the collective, like the horoscopes I do. And like, again, it'll be very similar because we're building on the basics right now. I don't want to jump too much around. I feel like I'm already a little jumpy, so I'm going to try and keep it. But we're going to get there. We haven't even, I just pulled up a chart for the first time just to draw some oppositions. We haven't even got there yet. But good. I appreciate the question. All right. Oh yeah. This is for your record. Just, write it down, take a screenshot, whatever you need to do. But this is just going to be the sun or the planets and where they're at home. And then on your own, fill in the rest. Or look back in this and you can see, the sheet and what we just did. But Aries, ruled by Mars. I guess I don't need to put ruled by. I'm just going to put Mars. Taurus, Venus, Gemini, Mercury, Cancer, the moon, Leo, the sun. Virgo, Mercury, Libra, Venus, Scorpio, Pluto slash Mars, Sag, Jupe, big Jupe. Oh, hit that button down there. Jupiter. Really messed me up hitting that little Jupe. Oh God. Jupiter. Capricorn, Saturn, Aquarius. Oh, jeez. Uranus, but also Saturn. Pisces, Neptune, but also Jupiter. So those are the rulers. Maybe for homework or practice, it would be good to remember the oppositions and go into how to figure that out, as where things are at detriment. And then if you can also take it to where their exaltation and fall point are, it's great practice. So, yes. All right. We're going to look at these archetypes one more time because we talked about the planets and how it's very much the same, but think about this is Aries. It's the impulse, it is the head, it is the start. It is when you wake up in the morning, you get that rush to your eyes open and there you are. You don't even think about it. You just, it happened. It is the like instant, like, oh wow, I'm here. Your identity, your instincts, your warrior, it's primal. It does deal with war. It does deal with the separation because it's I am. So it's separated from, you know, the whole. It comes back to the self. It is definitely about desire, independence. It's a pioneer, can be a destroyer, but very strong, very willful. When you get, when you think about like Aries people, um, they're usually very direct. They will tell it how it is. They will show up. They're not really too concerned usually with what other people are going through, which isn't true. I know plenty of Aries that are very compassionate, but they're worried about themselves first. And when they show up, they want to, show up with that I'm here, I'm an Aries. And we will go through all the planets in these signs too. So don't worry. But there's a special destiny with Aries too, where it feels very important. Feels very I am. Narcissism can be Aries. apparently doesn't want to work anymore. I like when the links work, I'm not gonna lie. I do like when the links work. Wow. I remember once upon a time when they all worked, but now apparently only some work. Okay. My apologies. All right. Taurus, Venus ruled. It is about the survival nature. I think that's very important. It is like the need to feel secure. There's such a security aspect to Taurus, to be like self-sufficient, but we're definitely talking self-worth. I think that's one of the most important things about Taurus is to really feel like you're you're whole, you're worth it, you're secure in your body, you're secure in your relationship to yourself. Like it's self-esteem, confidence, the ability to stay fixated on the good things in life, to not give up. It's about stubborn energy too, stubborn like a bull. You can't just get a bull to go somewhere. Like the bull kind of has to just want to go. You can't just push it. I mean, you can cattle them around, of course, but stubborn. Definitely wants to hold on to things, deals with the body. It does deal with pleasure. We're talking about the senses with Taurus. Very sensual. Food, the taste of it, the smell of it. Oh my God, this is amazing. The beauty aspect of nature and of Earth, being fixed Earth. You know, be, a little bougie too. Taurus is kind of bougie energy, materialistic about what do you own, possessions. If Aries is I am, Taurus is I have. I am and I have. So it is about what we have. But sometimes it's just the ability to feel confident within oneself that brings the outside worth, that brings that outside value because you value yourself on the inside. You know that your inner resources are strong and fixed and you'll never give up. No matter what happens, you're going to see the beauty in this reality and the beauty within yourself without thinking you're less than or that you're poverty stricken or that you're just some, nothing. Like the opposite of Taurus reminds you of like the Five of Pentacles. You don't want to be you don't want to be living in Five of Pentacles life when you're trying to live that Taurus life. I think it's about knowing that you're good enough and that you're valuable, and that's very important. Taurus energy is very strong. It does rule the throat. So if you think about manifestation or having things, you have to be able to speak up. You have to be able to tell people what you want. And Taurus is definitely about pleasure too. The pleasure of the senses. It's the opposite of Scorpio too, right? So Scorpio definitely has that sex, energy to it. Taurus does too, but it's not just for the sex. It's for the pleasure of the sex with Taurus, if you will. The pleasure of intimacy. wonder if I can take the if I can clear all the writing. That'd be kind of cool. I don't think so. Maybe I can. Oh, jeez. Whatever. Anyways, Gemini, ruled by Mercury, communication, learning, the linear mind, speaking, writing, how you think, how fast you can learn. Do you take in information quickly? Do you take it in slowly? You know, these all deal with the Gemini in your chart. These all deal with your mind, but it's also about your environment, things close to you, your community, information, the duality, the exchange of information. It can be scattered. It's trickster. You know, Gemini's got trickster energy. A lot of opinions, but trying to find the truth in opinions, trying to take in as much fact as possible. Short-term memory. It does rule the twins. It also, if you think about Gemini, it does have rulership over, you know, the Lover's card in tarot. So there's something about Gemini energy that is very excited by a relationship and what energy matches yours or what the polarity is too. Deals with relatives and siblings, of course, logic. It's always changing. It's quick. Geminis can change their minds super quick. You know, they're always trying to stay stimulated. So depending on where your Mercury is and where your Gemini is, that's like in what house, like that's where there's constant information. Like I need more of this. I want to have change here. I want to have communication, maybe learn more. I think I'd like to write about this kind of stuff. You know, this is where you are the messenger. And if you are a Gemini, you are a messenger. You know, you can look at it's very interesting to see like how many famous like singers and artists are Geminis. There's a lot, you know, always putting it out there. But it is about a more linear, fact-based way with Gemini. Uh, Short distance travel, bikes, skateboards, scooters, or even cars if you're driving the car. But there's something about Mercury that's like, it's not just being a passenger on a journey. It's like, are you the one that's stimulated and controlling and, you know, making the moves and like switching lanes? Like, that's a good way to look at it too. Is Gemini's like, you got to switch lanes. Like, did you check? You got to check your mirror. You got to accelerate. You got to brake. You got to pay attention to all these things around you. So there's something about Gemini. It's like really acute awareness of everything around you. That's why it rules your environment. I have a Gemini moon. Gemini moons are, yeah, you get two. You get two sides of people big time with Gemini moons, but they definitely like a lot of like stimulation and excitement is usually what brings, you know, comfort, you know. So it's not like it's a little different, but it can flip-flop very quickly with Gemini. So you'll get like two big polarities and having to like understand that emotion can be wild. But also Gemini moons tend to be out of bounds, which I'll teach that later on, but definitely kind of puts you out of the ordinary. That's why Gemini moons are so creative too. Um, so yeah, Jackie, Gemini sun. Yeah, definitely a little ADD. It's just so it's always switching for excitement. It's always changing gears. It's always changing lanes. If it's not stimulating and exciting, it's boring. And it's like, oh, that's not fun. It's not exciting. Cancer deals with a lot of like the deeper rooted ego stuff. Like it really does. Cancer energy is more of like what's really going on inside of you, not the sun or the Mars, where it's like the ego or the identity you see. It's like, what is the actual projection that's going on inside every individual that nobody else sees but that individual? It's like actually the most pure form of the ego, Cancer, because only that one soul is experiencing the projection they're looking at. We'll never know what someone else is feeling, what they're thinking, what they're going through. We can empathize, of course, but we'll never actually know what life looked like through that set of eyes. And that is actually the deep Cancer shit right there. Like it's such a hidden thing to know. Of course, ruled by the moon, deals with emotions, environment, the womb, childhood environment. It deals with the mother, the home taker, or the caretaker in your home or for you when you were a kid. It is the foundation. So really, you build your foundation of who you are based on your personal life experiences as children growing up. And then, of course, having to, figure it out once you leave the nest and go into Saturn's world of Capricorn, kind of leave that and go, oh, damn, like, where do I fit in society and in this, big picture of reality? And what am I going to commit to? And what am I going to do? And I need to get a job. But it all starts too with like the roots and being able to have roots within yourself. I think that Cancer definitely is important for learning that your emotions and how you feel is actually a big connection to self-worth, and that you have to feel at home in your body and in your emotions. And it's very important to take responsibility emotionally in life. And Cancer's like, that's like the polarity to Capricorn, is like we have to take emotional responsibility for anything that happens in life, and not, hopefully put the blame, but to just, you know, accept what happened and try to see what the purpose was, even though we all had to experience something different growing up that kind of set the foundation for the rest of our life in many ways. Not that it sets the overall tone, but it's usually a big, part, right? Ancestors, the inner, yeah, it's just the stuff you don't see with Cancer. It's Cancer's right there, the crab. They have, the hard exterior shell. They can look fine on the outside, but what's really going on that, soft inside? We all have that somewhere. We all have some soft inside that needs nurturing. I think it's about being able to nurture yourself and take care of yourself. There's that protection nature with that shell. Remember, crabs walk sideways. So, there's a tendency for us to sidestep big emotional issues in life. Cancer can, oh, I'm fine. I'll put my shell up. I'm fine. Everything's okay. When really nothing's okay on the inside, but they don't want to express that vulnerability. They don't want to feel helpless. Yeah, emotions, self-image. I think it's big. How you look at yourself, right? It's like even in like when you look at yourself in a mirror, to me that's very Venusian, because Venus, actually the glyph looks like a mirror to me, but it's also, it is very Cancerian, because when you look at yourself in the mirror, what do you see? And how does that make you feel? Some people feel terrible when they look at themselves in the mirror. Some people feel like the most beautiful, divine creature to walk the earth when they look at themselves in the mirror. It all comes back to that, you know, very Cancerian, Taurian aspect of self-worth and self-image and feeling secure inside. Leo, ruled by the sun, it is that creative self-actualization. This is where our soul really wants to express itself. It is the light, it is the fuel that we came into this planet with. And it is where, if you do your sun sign, whether you like your sun sign or not, I know some people that don't, they're like, oh, I don't like my sun sign. They'll like switch to the Vedic, they'll switch to sidereal. They'll be like, oh, I don't want to be a Virgo. I want to be a Leo. So I'm going to use the sidereal. So yeah, I'm a Leo. Whatever. There's no right or wrong way to or system, but it is that energy where you can be a king or a queen in that energy. You have so much light and expression and fuel in doing the energy of where your sun is by sign and house. It's a powerful position. Remember, all the planets revolve around the sun. This is where, a lot of your chart revolves around. I think Pluto's the soul. I think the sun's the heart of the soul, and really how you can integrate your soul's purpose into this life and find yourself. And it is that level of just, this is what you get, and I'm powerful, and boom. And it's very creative and it's very intuitive. It's always pulling some ethereal fire that it can fixate on and just explode with passion and love. So we all have Leo in our chart somewhere, and that's an area that we can really have a lot of power. We can really be a little overly dramatic too. Leo is drama, but there's good kinds of drama, there's bad kinds of drama. Like, what's the drama about? Depends. But it's fun, it's happiness, romance, love, creativity, exhibitionism, the applause, waiting for the applause in life. Leos want the applause. They want to be the center, and they might see themselves as the center of attention even if nobody else does. But that's the power of self-love, and just doing things to have fun, letting that inner child out, regardless of what society thinks or what other people are doing. Taking risks. There's a gambler aspect to Leo. Like, whatever, I'm feeling creatively inspired, I'm going to do it. This is going to make me happy, I'm going to do it. Don't really care. I'm the king or queen of my life. Don't really care what you think about it. If you don't want to do it and you don't think that's fun, fine. It is very subjective, though. It's very focused on the self. It's also very giving. Leo can be such a giving energy. It can want to spread love. Just like the sun illuminates light from the sky, Leo can want to illuminate a lot of that light, a lot of that love. It can be one of the most giving, signs. So there can be a selfishness, but there can also be a selflessness with Leo that's about spreading love no matter what, and creativity and fun. But you better acknowledge when they're giving you the love. if you don't acknowledge a Leo that's out there trying to, shower you with love, well, they're not going to think that's very fun, and they're not going to feel the love, and they'll probably go find something else that they love that's going to give them the recognition they deserve. Special recognition, being noticed. Got to notice and recognize Leo energy. But even in your chart, where your Leo's at, what you have there, what's up? Special recognition. Take risks. A lot of creative energy and power, self-actualization. Virgo comes after Leo. It is ruled by Mercury. It is the humbling, like I mentioned Chiron earlier, and the connection that I think Chiron has to Virgo. Well, I'll be honest, Virgo is a very humbling sign. We go from all this creative self-actualization, all this fun in Leo, all this, me, I'm badass, I'm the shit, to, oh God, I got to be of service to everybody. I got to look at that servant, slave. Like it is kind of that energy, but it's not, because it's also the purity, the virgin, the nun. You know, it's a lot of that, but it is that mutable energy of back and forth. It's humility. Virgo's humility. Because if you're just in Leo all the time and you're just me, all about me, and you don't find any humility in life, then there's a humbling that's going to show up because nobody's going to give you the attention that you want. Nobody's going to give you the applause that you want. But it's about the service too. That's what's so beautiful about Virgo also, is it is the service to humanity and the healing that can come from it. Virgo really is like the great medicine, medicine man or woman. It's self-sacrifice in a lot of ways. Like, I will do this for the greater good of humanity. Like, I would rather help them than, help myself. It's very giving as well. Like self-sacrifice, martyr energy. It'll sacrifice the needs for itself to harvest the grain for the fall that's upcoming for the village. But it might bitch and whine about it in the fields all day and be a martyr. There's a discipline because Virgo is so smart too. It's so critical, and that's where it gets an inferiority complex, or it feels like it's lacking, because Virgo is so analytical and so to the point that it will start to feel shame when things are not perfect. So it's this constant quest for perfection, but perfection only exists moment to moment, and Virgo's a mutable sign. So you have to just keep molding reality into perfection, but there's always going to be some dust that lands on the table. There's always going to be something that falls on the floor, or get the vacuum out, get the Swiffer. um, Nothing stays perfect and pristine forever. We can carve out little moments of time of what we might view as perfect or perfection, but it won't always be that way. And we can be so hard. Virgo can be, that energy and archetype can be so hard. We can all have this in our life, by the way, not just Virgos. So hard and critical on ourselves that, we become this masochism, this like masochistic energy of just thinking that we're not enough and that we just deserve shit. We kind of put ourselves into like slave mode, like I deserve to be a slave. But Virgo also is like the hermit card in tarot, right? There's just so much wisdom. Virgo's so to the point and analytical and can figure things out, and a deep thinker that, gosh, as long as they're not being so self-critical, I mean, they can really make things a better place. You can make things more beautiful. You can mold reality into something better because of the sharpness of your mind. Not feeling like you're inadequate. But it is very healing, which is why I think Chiron is so connected to Virgo. I know that the ruler is, of course, Mercury, but dang, like when I look at this, I just feel Chiron, to be honest with you. But yeah, the virgin, the purity, um, like how we're all pure souls. And you think about the opposition to Pisces, which is the purity of the universe, but it's chaotic. The universe is chaotic, and Virgo wants, analyzed things on a spreadsheet and routine and things dialed in. And it's like the purity is just accepting the chaos as perfection, if you will. but it is about the harvest and giving up the ego for a purpose for humanity and the healing that comes from that humility, which humility and then humiliation, you know, Virgo gets embarrassed very easily, but can always improve. Self-improvement is something that we can all, do over time and keep molding and working on. And yeah, Virgo. I like what this is about Virgo. Virgo is a transitional archetype, the boundary between the subjective self-orientation and the objective. It's the final personal sign. So Aries, Taurus, Gemini, Cancer, Leo, they're all very subjective. And Virgo's this mutable energy that's coming into the other. And everything from Libra to Pisces really does deal with these outer situations. And even if we look at a chart real quick, and I put it at 0 Aries, so we can see this, like, see this horizon line, the ascendant and the descendant. All of these down here are the self. Like, they really are the inner workings. Aries, Taurus, Gemini, Cancer, Leo, Virgo, they are this inner workings of what's not seen. Like, this is all seen up here. The relationship, when you're seen by another person, when you're seen by the law. Scorpio, a wedding, for instance, like the great merge. What else is out there? Asking these questions about what else is out there. Instead of just, oh, what do I feel secure and have in Taurus? Like, what else is out there? Sag is like, really, what else is out there? I want to go explore and I want to go learn and I want to go see. Capricorn is, what are you going to do with everything that you explored? And what was the stuff that you found that you want to bond to? And are you going to stay persistent and pursue it? And it rules public image and, reaching this high point in the sky. This is where the sun, the midheaven, reaches the highest point during the day, is that 10th house in Capricorn energy. So it is all about, like, being seen and recognized for the stuff that you did down here and doing something with it. Aquarius is society. It's all people. It really is about groups and innovation together and other people. And Pisces is definitely the closing out of everything, but it is literally everything built into one. So it's everything. Pisces is kind of crazy like that, because the universe is the oneness of all things. And in a nutshell, that's Pisces. Anyways, I just think that's interesting, is because Virgo's the final sign of the, like, personal stuff before it gets into the other stuff, that it is this, like, whoa. Aries to Leo is the buildup of the subjective self, culminating in Leo with its tendency to grandiosity. Aries to Leo represents superiority. Virgo represents inferiority. Libra represents equality. The way to Libra equality from Leonian superiority is through Virgo and inferiority. It's where you have to, like, get humbled that other people are special too. If Leo is a pyramid with the ego on top, Virgo flips the pyramid upside down and puts the ego on the bottom. Virgo is about learning to be of service to the larger whole, not just to the self. The method Virgo employs to bring about this transformation is to humiliate the ego, to tear it down. Virgo makes us aware that other people and social systems are around us. It enforces introspection, creates an awareness of lack, imperfection, and inadequacy. Shows us what we need to do to improve. The polarity to Virgo is Pisces, representing ultimate ideals. Virgo is aware that the ultimate something exists. It also knows that it has not yet evolved into an understanding of the ultimate something. Since Virgo is ruled by Mercury and is yin energy, which is feminine energy, the process is mental and inward, introspection and analysis. This creates feelings of emptiness. The sign on the sixth house, location of Mercury, and the ruler of the sixth house, which I'll go into how to do that stuff later. The location of Virgo indicates the type of critical self analysis. How much the criticism is emphasized and how much of an impact it has on the person. It is inhibitive. The intent is to induce a sense of inferiority, which humiliates the ego through developing the self-awareness of what is not relative to what it wishes to be. Under the present conditioning patterns, we're all subject to the Garden of Eden myth, blah, blah, blah. I deserve pain, punishment, crisis, suffering, and denial, and I don't know why. It's very sadomasochistic, right? Well, it's masochistic. For my needs to be met, I must somehow hurt first. I am essentially worthless while intellectually knowing better. Virgo, sixth house energy is an interesting archetype. So I want to go into that a little bit deeper. Then we come to Libra. Oh, beautiful. Lovely. Libra represents the other. It is the other Venus ruled sign. It deals with, social interaction. It is an air sign. It's intellectual. It's objective. So instead of the subjective signs, we're now in Libra, and it's much more objective. Dealing with what other people think, what other people feel, how to bring balance and harmony into life. It is the compare and contrast sign. Oh, what's that? Oh, that looks pretty. I kind of want to do that too. Or, puts others' needs out there. You can't be in a relationship if you're not, caring about what other people need. A projection, the projection we put on others and the projection we put on relationships from our own subjective understanding without maybe getting objective and understanding the other views. There's the orientation with Libra energy to please others instead of pleasing self. Libra is also the furthest sign away from the ascendant or the first house, with the seventh house energy too. Seventh sign from, the start of Aries. We can put too much weight on what others think and not worry about defining our own life. Deals with listening, debate, extremes. It is extreme. Libra is extreme. It is not easy to relate. I mean, it can be, don't get me wrong. I think we all can relate to certain things in life, but gosh, sometimes it can be extremely difficult to try and be objective enough to understand what other people are going through in their own lives and how to relate to that energy. It's the polarity of the self, the other. There can be a mask with Libra where it just puts on to impress. There's a codependency nature with Libra where, especially in relationships, we tend to be too codependent. It deals with choices, which it's hard to make choices in Libra or with that energy present, that archetype, because there's not a defining force where Aries is so defining, its opposite sign. You know, Libra's definitely going to weigh out every option before it makes a decision. So it can be a little bit slower to make decisions based on, trying to be objective and make things fair. Very flirty energy, trying to court another person. Very Libra. Beauty, of course, is Libra. It's art. It's Venus ruled. Beauty is art. And also, like I mentioned earlier with Venus, it is kind of shaped like a mirror. Like if we look at Venus here, like it kind of looks like a little mirror, right? Like a little personal hold up a mirror. I think so. But that reminds me of, the self-worth, but also the the beauty aspect that Libra brings too. It can be a little shallow, a little surface level. If something isn't pretty, maybe if it's not beautiful enough, maybe there's not an interest, which comes back to like relationships. We all have an ideal beauty that we want to find with what we want to relate to. I would say not everybody. I mean, some people maybe wouldn't date or get in relationships based on beauty at all, but I would say it's pretty common that you're going to have some level of I want, ideal in a relationship of like what this should look like. Half truths. That's a funny one for Libra energy. Boundaryless. These are interesting keywords. um I don't necessarily associate Libra with boundaryless. I associate boundaryless with Pisces. But again, being so far away from the Aries Mars energy, are there boundaries set with the self? I think you have to find those things. Otherwise, you're being too codependent and just trying to relate, but you're not, relating to yourself. Social grace, there is that ability to, Saturn's exalted in Libra, to have that like grace with your public presence, to show up and look good, and to be like, yeah, I'm out here in public. Does rule the partners, damage trust, intimacy. Intimacy is much more scorpionic to me, but dealing with relationships, intimacy is definitely a part of that. Trust is too. Casanova kind of goes back to that flirt energy, like very suave. Libras are players. I'll be honest, especially dude Libras I've noticed in my life. Like they play, they know how to play the game. um and the women can too. Like Libras are the seventh house suns, people who have seventh house energy, Libra energy, you know they're not single for very long. Like they have something, they have a backup plan always, which can feel like there's damaged trust when a relationship ends and a partner jumps into another relationship right away. And the idealism of what the appearance of another person should look like or be like, without actually being objective enough to understand who they are. This is where we embrace the world of the social other, the shift from subjective to objective consciousness. There's an impulse to initiate all kinds of relationships with all types of people, to experience diversity. Libra connects with the other air signs, Gemini and Aquarius. It's the relativity of values and beliefs. Libra represents the principle of relativity. It breaks up the Leo viewpoint that my way is the only way, and teaches us and teaches our distinct individuality. In Libra, we become aware of the needs of others. We learn to truly listen to others and give them what they need based on their own reality, other than our idea of what they need. That is the Leo style of giving. Libra actually represents extremes, the polarities of each person's life. The lesson of Libra is to learn balance. The balance is learned gradually through experiencing all sorts of extremes and gradually, sorry, my throat is all choppy, and gradually learning how to center self. Libra is not the marriage house or energy. That would be Scorpio, because it involves sex. Marriage because it involves sex. Seriously though, like that's like real, like the bond, right? Of course, you don't have to get married to have sex, but that is where the exchange of karma comes in and the bonding. Libra teaches us about the diversity of our types. Out of this diversity, we begin to learn discernment, deciding which types and who we want to spend the majority of our time around. Libra can correlate to mental illness as it is naturally in conjunct to Pisces and squared to Cancer. This can create split or fractured personalities. Very interesting. A lot of these archetype explanations are paraphrased, by the way, from that Pluto Volume 1 book. So again, that's a great book if you want to learn, if you really want to just get so deep into archetypes. Oh my gosh, it's a great book. Scorpio, which we looked at earlier when we were looking at Pluto, of course, but it is the Scorpio is the exchange of karma through the merger of bodily fluids, sex. It is commitment. It is intense. It deals with betrayal. It is obsessive, compulsive. It can be a little fearful of intimacy, but at the same time, it's that dual desire nature that it does want intimacy and sex, but are we going to be vulnerable enough to show sides of ourselves that we don't show to the rest of the world? It is the merger, the shared resources, being very resourceful, power, powerlessness, magic, corrupt power, manipulation. Oh, I know that if I offer you this, or if you that I can get you to do this, or I can manipulate you sexually into doing this for me by putting on this mask, if you will, that Libra mask. Death, rebirth, so there's loss involved. All things do eventually leave in this reality. Learning to be okay with that is helpful. Dealing with abandonment, the metamorphosis, what we take in actually changes our DNA. We metamorphosize, we grow, we evolve. We're always evolving and growing because of what we're taking in from society or what we're taking in from anything in life. We're always osmosizing something, like this class, for instance. Alchemy, taboos, of course, secrets. We did talk about this earlier, but I will read this. The archetype correlates to the soul itself. The archetype here, metamorphosis linked with evolution. A metamorphosis is caterpillar to butterfly, a different, unrecognizable outcome as opposed to gradual transformation. Scorpio rules genetics, and thus metamorphosis is related to mutation, out of which comes evolution. It represents the psychology of consciousness, awareness of motivations and intentions, compulsions, and obsessions. It is the deepest unconscious sense of security. The need for security is a casual factor in the tendencies for obsessions and compulsions. Scorpio correlates with sexual law, the law of sexuality is much vaster and deeper than we generally realize. It is the vehicle through which the soul learns that it co-creates physical reality with God. Karma is exchanged between people through the osmosing of sexual fluids. Celibacy is a natural condition for only 2% of people on earth. In all others, the sexual impulse, when not expressed, is repressed, where it becomes distorted. Scorpio is the seat of marriage, of sexual union, of commitment. A related archetype is fear of entrapment. Scorpio also rules the colon and intestine, the seat of toxins in the body, leading to shortened lifespan. It also rules virus and bacteria and the law of karma. The nature of Scorpio is penetration, not only sexually, but also psychologically, to penetrate to the depths of their own motives and intentions. Sagittarius. Sagittarius is, of course, mutable, so it's adaptable. It's being able to change its beliefs, which is such an interesting thing because, beliefs become so stagnant, and I believe this, and this is one way, or this is it. This is the only way. There's that dogmatic energy too with Sagittarius energy. So it's the belief of something and then becoming so dogmatic about it that it's the only way and there's no other right way, that sometimes Sagittarius can forget about the opposite, which is the polarity of Gemini, which is that new information can present itself at any moment. And are you willing to adapt? So being able to adapt your beliefs to truth, new information, and not be too dogmatic is very important, but we can want to, really hold our beliefs very strongly. Apparently I'm highlighting now. Okay. Oh no. Undo. Okay. Philosophy. Looking at the bigger picture, trying to expand your consciousness. Jupiter Sagittarius is all about the expansion. Like, we ask a lot of questions in Scorpio. It is this like coming to this why energy. But then how do we expand off the why? And, it is about learning more. And, there's an imagination that kind of comes with that too. And that intuition that comes with Sagittarius, where, you start to find a lot of answers just organically and realizing that, that's just kind of natural wisdom that you hold. So Sagittarius definitely rules our wisdom and where we find our, philosophical practices. It gives a bigger meaning to life. It really shows, wow, like, look at all this out there, because we kept expanding and we didn't just stay small and looking at the point of things, but we went past that. We went kind of out of the box. Trust, faith is a big with Sagittarius. That's why it's connected to religion, beliefs. You have to have faith in something. I think that you have to, Sagittarius is the archer. It is that energy of like, where are you pointing your arrow? And do you really believe and have faith that that's the right direction? And it is this ultimate truth where I would say Gemini is truth, but it's truth in information that's always changing and evolving. But there's like universal truth with Sagittarius. What is the universal truth of your belief system? Like, I would say universal truth would be like, love, for instance. Like, love is a feeling, it's an emotion, It's a knowing that there's something that's just giving us this energy to find this happiness in life. Or karma would be like a universal truth, I would say. It's very intuitive. Sagittarius is definitely all about intuition. It is the right brain. So where Mercury is the left brain and the linear mind, Sagittarius Jupiter archetype is the intuition. And it is about honesty too. You know, there's this silver-tongued devil aspect to it, which is interesting because, you can go off on a story, but are you being honest about the story? Long journeys, planes, travel, very Sagittarian. It is more of the world, um, dealing with like foreign energy, foreign people from different countries, pilgrimage, multicultural, different, cultures, foreigners, ideals and ideas. How big are your ideals and ideas? Gosh, we can get pretty pumped up on things like have an idea. This is going to be the thing. This is it. That's great though. It's good to have positive beliefs that we can set our ideals around that are based in faith and trust and expansion and a bigger philosophy and a bigger meaning. The nomad, the traveler. There's like a homelessness to it, but it's just about like this world is your oyster with Sagittarius. The world is your home. You can go find home anywhere. You don't need just some home base with Sagittarius energy. You can, make any place your home and explore everywhere and inspire because there is this like it's mutable fire energy. There's this constant expanse and like spread out energy, and it's very willful, and it can inspire, hope, restlessness, very, very, again, very willful, a lot of energy. Sagittarius is also connected with like Olympics, athletes. Um, gotta spread that energy out. Zealous faith. So there can be blind faith there, just doing, having faith in maybe what you're told. And then it gets into the religious aspects with missionary, priest, convert, converted from Catholic to, Protestant, or converted from Catholic to Jewish, where do we convert our beliefs? We always have to kind of, in some way, shape, or form, we always are converting, and that's part of the evolution, and new information shows up and we take that. Freedom, Sag is definitely freedom energy, the freedom to expand and to explore and to learn and to imagine and to use your intuition. There can definitely be some half truths though. Stories sometimes are not always nonfiction, if you will, but that doesn't mean they don't have some truth baked into it, right? Charmer, the guru energy, who knows it all. Sagittarius is know it all. I have all the answers. I have all the wisdom. The teacher, natural law, which is like that universal truth. Very shamanistic and alienation. Can adapt to the necessities of the survival instinct relatively rapidly. Sagittarius is the awareness that we are linked to something larger than the planet, related to philosophical thinking. Truth is relative within the creation. There must be a basis to explain that exists because it exists. Sagittarius Jupiter connects to the right brain. It represents intuition, which functions in a non-linear way. Sagittarius connects to the function of belief systems. One's belief system determines how one interprets reality. Interpretations are not universally true. Your interpretation of reality correlates to your attitude towards living. Sagittarius Gemini relate to the transmigration of ideas, globalization, the spread of Eastern and Western thought throughout the world. Sagittarius has a fundamental restlessness, a need to explore and to embrace totality. There's a tendency towards generalizations, to feel your beliefs are for all. There's a tendency to want to convince and convert when others are converted. This creates emotional security for the person because the conversion proves that their belief is true. You know, think about that in the world we live in. We just came out of a South Node Sagittarius transit beginning of this year, January 18th, which was 18 months. And there was a lot of people trying to convince and convert people into what they believe about society. You know, when you look back at what was going on, whatever side it may be, whatever political, something, or whatever thing about something that spread across the world, apparently, whatever. We all have our beliefs on the matter, but there was a tendency for so many people to want to, you're an idiot for thinking that. You're an idiot. That's Sagittarius in a sense. Like, that's that energy of like, I can't believe you would believe something different than me. So it comes back to the polarity of Gemini. We have to understand everybody's going to have a different opinion, a different belief. It doesn't mean yours is wrong. It doesn't mean theirs is wrong. It's just the way it is. That's life. No, we're never all going to believe the same thing. And it doesn't mean that you're wrong if somebody else doesn't believe what you believe. But God, it does feel so good when we are like, I was right. I'm just kidding. But also, there is that. The ego likes it. I'll admit it. There's a tendency to orient towards a portion of the total truth, Pisces, but to see the portion of truth as the total truth. The blind man and the elephant. Sagittarius correlates to natural law. Truth is self-evident with nature. It has nothing to do with man's opinions. Through Pisces, all of manifested creation is interrelated and is equal to itself. Humans are not superior to animals. For example, Sagittarius also relates to humor, following the life and death archetype of Scorpio. The ability to laugh at the self and at life's absurdities. I love that. Because there is a jovialness to Sagittarius Jupiter. I need to get out of whatever I'm in that's writing on this page. There. Okay. But yeah, I mean, I love that. Just the ability to laugh things off and to see the humor is so important because life is absurd. There's no way around it. It's weird. It always has been. It always will be. There's always going to be things that show up that are out of your control. I'm an Aries rising with my Mars in Sagittarius. So maybe that's why I'm like, gosh, this is the only way I could get through. I couldn't even identify and find, happiness in this world if I couldn't just laugh at this stuff sometimes, a lot of the time. I don't know. If you follow me on Instagram, my stories are pretty much just me being a jokester with memes. Like, it's fun. I like to laugh at things, and especially at the absurdities that go on in this reality. It's hilarious to me. Move on to the archetype of Capricorn. Oh, come on. Really? Oh, guess class is over. Doesn't want me to do this anymore. No, I'm just kidding. We'll finish these archetypes for sure. Oh my God. There we go. All right. Capricorn, ruled by Saturn. This is the peak of the mountain. This is definitely trying to achieve. This is the struggle, even that it takes to do such a feat in life to reach the peak of something. It doesn't happen over it doesn't take a minute. It doesn't happen overnight. Like it takes time and dedication and grit. Capricorn deals with your character, your integrity. Do you have what it takes to achieve something big in life? Do you even want to achieve something big in life? This comes back to where your Capricorn is, where your Saturn's at, what the aspects are. Some people don't have such a big mountain to climb. Some people have a huge mountain to climb. It's social position, rules the government, politics, society. In a lot of ways, the Capricorn archetype that we live in the world is based upon the region we were born and what that, how that society interacts with each other. Because that sets the stage for like, what do you want to achieve? Because, maybe here in the United States, it's like, oh, well, I want to be, something big. Like I want to be a movie star. I want to be a politician or a teacher. I don't know. It could be a lot of different things, but what do you want your social position to be? It's usually gonna be based around where you're born. For instance, people in Africa, maybe they want to be the shaman of their tribe. Maybe they want to be a hunter in their tribe. Maybe they want to pick the fruit. Maybe they want to watch the kids. Maybe they want to make music, you know. So depends on where you're at. It is the society you were born into, but it's the authority, you know. It's where we can grow into having authority over ourselves, having authority over others. It is the boss energy. Capricorn Saturn is the boss, daddy. Like, where are you taking authority at? Judgment, the judge makes the decisions. And it's big decisions, it's hard decisions, it's ruthless decisions sometimes. Sometimes, I don't know, you could be climbing a mountain like this. You could be with someone and they're going to give up, and you got to make a ruthless decision to say, I'm getting to the top without you. Cold, hard decisions in life are Capricorn decisions. Maturity, of course, Saturn, Capricorn, time, age, old age. There's something too about Capricorns and Capricorn risings, Saturn in the first house. These people are born, it's like backwards. They're born mature. They're like little grown-ups. And then they get younger over time. It's kind of funny. Repression. Capricorn rules restriction. Saturn rules restriction. Oppression. Hierarchies is Capricorn. What's the social hierarchy? Grief, punishment. You break the rules, you break the rules, you get punished. Now, I'll be honest, like some of the rules in our society are so dumb. I got a parking ticket the other day outside my house because the street sweeper comes on a certain day, and I got back home at like 8 in the morning after work and just like was like so tired and passed out, and I got punished. $46. I mean, granted, I could have avoided that, but you know, rules. You kill someone, you go to jail. There's just rules in this reality, and you get punished and disciplined if you break those rules. Capricorn is rules, totalitarian. There's a fear with Capricorn too, fear of not achieving in life. a fear of getting in trouble, a fear of the government, a fear of society. It's very rigid. There's a paralysis. Ooh, feeling like you're stuck. Imagine being halfway up this mountain and slipping and like holding on by one hand and just feeling just absolutely like, is this it? Like, how do I, just stuck. There's Capricorn energy in that, Saturn energy, realizing you have to push to get out of that stagnant paralysis. Conformity. Oh, yeah. This is what society's telling me to do. I will do it. Yes, daddy. Yes, daddy, government. Suicide. There's a guilt that can come from Capricorn too. Isolation. It's lonely at the top. Man-made law. Like Sagittarius is natural law. Capricorn is definitely where man decided to make the rules. Society decided to make the rules, which I hate those rules. I'm just kidding. I mean, some have their purpose, but man, like parking tickets and speeding tickets and, you know, taxes, like stupid, especially when they can just clearly print money whenever they want. Why do they need our hard-earned money? We're just trying to get by. Tradition is Capricorn. Guilt, like I mentioned. Self-defeat, when we give up on ourselves. Futility, definitely boundaries. Definitely boundaries. There's boundaries to this reality. I think we want to be able to push as far as we can, but there's something about Capricorn and Saturn ruling our physical world, which is another reason that I tend to think we don't go into space. Like, there's a boundary. We are stuck here to live out our karma, which is very Capricorn, very Saturn. Like, yes, there are no boundaries in the universe, but in Saturn's realm, in this physical form, like I think we can astral travel. I think we can go within and go wherever we want to go. But as far as like this physical world, there's just boundaries. We can go as far as we can go. Structure, form, bones, the structure of society, hierarchies, and also Capricorn rules iron, like concrete, like really hard structure, form. Nationalism, patriotism, politics, responsibility, depression because of maybe social issues. Reminds me of like social media stuff and like kids these days getting very depressed about social media, not getting the dopamine hits from people liking their stuff. I mean, this happens to adults too, but there's something about like when society doesn't see you, you start to feel a guilt and a depression when you want to be seen and have that authority and that social presence that Capricorn can bring about. There's a burden, fall from grace. Sometimes when you reach the top, what happens in life? You see it with movie stars, singers. They reach this pinnacle of, recognition in the world, and they fall from grace because they lose track of the mission. And Capricorn is the mission. It's the mission that we karmically chose to go after. And maybe if we make choices, once we get to a high status, or we don't keep on the right mission and we lose it, we fall from grace. And of course, conditioning by family and society is very Capricorn. In its highest manifestation, Saturn represents time and space, cause and effect, karma, and allows for emotional maturation. It is about accepting responsibilities for one's actions. It represents maturation caused by an awareness of mortality. that there is limited amount of time within which to fulfill the intended work of a lifetime. The first Saturn square at age 7 starts this process. The imprinting of the consensus reality begins at that age. Capricorn represents the desire for social position and status. Fueled through Leo, this can lead to delusions of grandeur where the end justifies the means. Social groupings must have organized contracts so people can live together. This becomes the basis of consensus thought and turns into the pressure to conform. Capricorn represents boundaries and borders. It becomes nationalism and turns into I'm better than you perspective. Capricorn represents repression and suppression, that which is natural to a person that falls outside of the consensus standards of society tends to be repressed, where it becomes distorted. Capricorn is square Aries. Aries represents the sexual impulse. The square can create a suppression of the natural sexual instincts relative to current cultural conditionings, as defined by consensus society, conditioned by the nature of the prevailing religions. The repressed natural sexual impulses become distorted. Depression is associated with Capricorn. Depression causes a state of reflection that is necessary at times to the unfolding of consciousness. Depression causes us to become aware of what is within us that is no longer working and needs to change. Capricorn represents how you are going to establish your sense of personal authority, Leo, in the context of society you live. The need to establish personal authority is basic. When done rightly, you receive recognition for it. It's so disappointing that it won't just go to those links. Anyways, we're on to Aquarius. Aquarius. Liberation from social conditioning is very important. Uranus, Aquarius, it is definitely the liberating force within our archetypes as humans. And we all have this in us. Saturn is consensus, society, Capricorn is that. And what comes next? It's Aquarius, and it's where we break free from Saturn. It's where, it talked about the guilt and the depression of Capricorn. That's almost the bridge to Chiron that we were talking about earlier. You have to go into that very vulnerable place and like go within, and then you start to liberate yourself from conditioning by going inward. And then you start to find out who you really are, and you individualize and individuate from that, which breaks you free. And then you start to really connect timelines. You start to find that electricity and that spark in life. And this is very Aquarian, and it's very smart, and it's very objective. It can see all angles, all sides, definitely does know how to find the fair way, but it's also going to do it its own way. It's rebellious energy. It's about like-minded groups, of course. There can definitely be group hysteria. I mean, Saturn's in Aquarius right now. There's plenty of group hysteria going on in the world. Secret society stuff is interesting too. Alienation. Aquarius and Uranus kind of have that alien energy, and alienation is very interesting too, because there's an isolation to it where it has to disconnect. Like Aquarius energy in us, it wants to be fully invested mentally. It wants to figure these things out. It wants to come up with a solution, but sometimes it has to alienate itself. Sometimes Aquarius has to go get in their spaceship, go back to the mothership, or go back wherever they go, and then come back once they have things connected from a higher vantage point. So it's like Aquarians and Aquarius energy in us, it does need to go be an individual and then return to the group. So there is an isolation, alienation point that is just part of this archetype within us all. Some people have more of it, some people have less, but it is something that we all have to do at times. It's like take a break from everything, disconnect, and go figure some shit out on our own in our own unique way. Hopes, ideals, definitely connects with the sextile to Sagittarius and that Jupiterian energy over there. But there is these futuristic ideals and these like insights and like, oh my gosh, I just had a great idea and like I oh my god, that's what I found in my spaceship, and now I'm going to come back to my group, to my community, to society, and share this and like show them I found a better way. Because Aquarius is all about like really making things better, taking what was there and tweaking it and twisting the knobs to get things to another level, to move higher, especially into consciousness. Long-term memory, it's the higher octave of Mercury. If Mercury is short-term memory, then Uranus, Aquarius, and Gemini short-term memory, then Aquarius, Uranus is long-term. Definitely dealing with past life stuff. We talked about that in the last class with Uranus, but it's channeling. Like Aquarius is channeling at its finest because there's no disconnect from the other aspects of self. It's fully connected to higher self, guides, source, past life, future life, because it's all the same timeline. It's out of Saturn's construct of this time and space, and it's into Aquarius, which is the interconnectedness of all things and that magnetic force that goes on. So it's connecting to, like I said last time in week 1 of this class, was long-term memory is like the Akashic records. So it's just being able to tap into so many different things, but also long-term memory in this life, having that, oh, I remember what happened when I was 3. Like, whoa, it's kind of Aquarian. Like, that's unique. You remember what you were doing when you were 3? Shit. What'd you do? The anarchist, tribe, community, fragmentation, trauma, splitting. It is the 2 waves. So it's one wave that's split from the other. So you kind of have to split from society's consensus wave to get on your own wave to figure things out. And that's where you find your uniqueness. That's where you find the shocking truths, hopes, and ideals, being able to project that into reality, hyperactivity. It is Prometheus energy, revolutionary. Aquarius is all about the revolution. It's all about how to make life better, how to make society better, which Pluto's coming into Aquarius. So what do you think the next 21 years are going to be? Revolutionary to a level we've never experienced before. Ostracized, cast out, can be a little weird. Those Aquarians, a little, what the heck? What's up with, are you legitimately just an alien? Some people get it, some people don't. It's not really, you just got to be yourself and you won't be cast out. You will find the tribe. Astral plane, big time, channeling, telepathic, just being able to have that electromagnetic connection with thought and timeline and others. It's very connected to the other. And definitely the ultimate objective awareness to see life from a higher vantage point and piece things together. Aquarius Uranus represents liberation from conditioning patterns, parental, societal, past life memories. Uranus represents the subconscious or individuated unconscious mind. When you repress something, it goes into the subconscious mind. Uranus, it represents rebellion against the known and the limitations of society. This is necessary for evolution to proceed. The majority of people conform to society's standards. Capricorn, people conform because of the feeling of security that conforming provides. This is strategy for dealing with Cancerian insecurities. Uranus Aquarius frees us from the need to find security through conforming to someone else's or society's values and standards. It takes a great deal of courage to develop one's individuality, to become a group of one. This allows you to create a lifestyle that reflects one's totality. The ultimate sense of Cancerian security is found within, in the inner living universe, not without, through acceptance of society. People who demonstrate the courage to individuate through the nature of their attraction function, Venus, will and begin attracting like-minded souls. The location of Uranus and Aquarius in the birth chart shows the ways in which the soul intends to liberate in this lifetime. For example, Uranus in the 8th house, Scorpio, wants to liberate through seeing through all feelings of betrayal, emotional violations. Uranus in the 4th house, Cancer, wants to liberate through seeing through all forms of insecurity. Uranus rules electricity, electronics, and computers. God uses the medium of electricity to project the creation. In human consciousness, the brain is an electrical device. Uranus Aquarius correlates with the synapses in the brain, the radio receiver that is tuned into God's station. Capricorn represents time and space and the perception of time. The perception of time is related to the metabolic rate. Metabolism is regulated by the thyroid, which is regulated by iodine. The thyroid and iodine, since they ultimately regulate the sense of time, correlate to Capricorn, which rules time. Anything transited by Uranus is accelerated. That means planets in your chart getting transited by Uranus, like in Taurus at 18 degrees right now. There is a fundamental experience over the last 10 to 15 years, a sense that time is speeding up. Oh, this was written so long ago. Time is definitely speeding up. Uranus is electrical. It creates dehydration. When it accelerates something, iodine is being dehydrated, which affects, which affects the thyroid, which changes the sensation of time within the human brain. Uranus correlates with dendrites. These are related to the evolution of the brain. Every time we have a new intuitive realization, dendrites are being created. Both Uranus, which rules Aquarius, and Neptune, which rules Pisces, have been transiting in Aquarius for a number of years now. We are transitioning from Pisces, from the Piscean age to the Aquarian age, and Uranus, Aquarius are the symbols of liberation from the known. Interesting coincidence? The speed up in this time is related to a rapid increase in evolution in the human brain. Many people are experiencing a consciousness full of random, sporadic, incomplete thoughts that they feel are not in any control of these and seem to appear by themselves. There are major disruptions in sleep cycles. People are wide awake at 3 a.m. and ready for sleep at 2 p.m. with no predictability or constancy. Sleep is regulated by the pineal gland, which is ruled by Neptune. Through the production of melatonin, the brain is on the threshold of rapid development of more of its potential. To know God, pay attention to the nature of the thoughts that appear in your consciousness on their own. These are non-analytical thoughts. They may even be incomplete thoughts. Out of these will come your future. The intention is to have a less conditioned future. Many of these thoughts are of a collective nature and represent the collective future directions of humanity. There are seed people here today who are receiving these thoughts and acting on them well ahead of the consensus of society, which perceives these thoughts as too radical. This was written in like the mid 90s. Kind of crazy. Because it has Uranus and Neptune in Aquarius. But that was Jeffrey Wolf Green. He was a badass astrologer. It's just crazy, right? Like, that's how powerful astrology is, that you can really like see where things are going. It's that far in advance. Very cool. I need to fill up my water, or I don't know if I'm going to be able to read about Neptune to you guys and finish up this class with that. Get it onto Neptune. What an inconvenience. All right, I'll be right back. Yeah, water up for Pisces Neptune, straight up. Like we talked about last time we were going over Neptune, it is, of course, disillusionment. There's a victim mentality here. You can feel persecuted. It is the fog, Pisces, but it is so beautiful, Pisces. It is the boundaryless, the dreaming, the imagination, the creativity, the idea that anything can just come out of nothing. Even Venus being exalted in Pisces is like, wow, look at this beautiful goddess that just came out of a clam. Just came out of nowhere. Just beautiful like that. Like, oh my God. It's very psychic. It is, of course, about illusions too. So it's like we set ourselves up with illusions. We set ourselves up with these dreams. We can want things and idealize things and get lost in these things, but they end up not showing up in reality. It happens sometimes. Sometimes our dreams can become a reality. I think, I believe quite often they can, but some things they don't have enough realism to it, right? I believe anything's possible, but it's subjective to individuals. Like anything is possible in this world, but like, will I ever be able to fly? Not. That's a dream, if you will. So I'm not, I don't want to discourage people from dreaming. Dream away. But just know that, you can get disillusioned from that dream at some point because you realize that it was just a dream and not reality. And that's the polarity with Virgo too. Alcoholism, Neptune Pisces rules addiction. There is a chaos that comes with Pisces energy. There is no boundaries. There is no rules, really. It's just wide open ocean and, rules the ocean, right? Poseidon's home. So we can get lost in a lot of things. We can get lost in our emotions. We can get lost in our sensitivities, alcohol, drugs, but we can also get lost beautifully in spirituality, in the connection to something bigger, in our mystic abilities, astral glamour. That's kind of a funny keyword there. But yeah, addiction, escape, hopeless, helpless. There's a martyr energy, of course, with all of this Pisces stuff. Weak boundaries, I think no boundaries. And it definitely does rule, sort of our immune system in some ways, Pisces. Having a lot of Pisces in our chart or a lot of 12th house can definitely, correlate to autoimmune issues. Not always, but it can. There's a surrender because it's boundaries, right? Your body's not, it doesn't have what it needs to fight this stuff off. So some people have really good boundaries. Some people have really wide open, anything can get in. Some people get sick all the time. Some people never get sick. I'm I'm lucky. I have my Neptune conjunct my sun, so I have a very strong Neptune and rules my 12th. Somehow, maybe because it's in Capricorn, which is boundaries, right? Somehow I rarely get sick. But I know other people that are sick every month. It's crazy. Like, dang, like what's up with your chart? Surrender is Piscean. I think that, it is that faith. There's something about Pisces that's more blind faith. Jupiter's not so much blind faith. It's more, pointed at something, where Jupiter or where Pisces, Neptune can be more of a blind faith, more of just purely uh, a vision or a feeling or, something in the subconscious. It's so much deeper. It is transcendence because I think, there is such a strong spiritual energy with Pisces that you can in many ways use that intuitive connection to the universe to transcend a lot of physical, issue, even like if ailments, look at the stuff that Joe Dispenza is doing with meditation, right? Transcending diseases without medicine, just through your mind and going inward. Kind of crazy. So Neptune is this transcendence from physical reality, and it does make a sextile over to Capricorn and Saturn. So there is something about also with Saturn actually does like the 12th house. It's technically enjoy there, but it's like there's something about how karmically we are meant to transcend Saturn's rule. We just have to go through a process to get there first. And oftentimes it's abandonment, betrayal, a relationship, an addiction, something crazy, Pisces, that happens where we go inward, like in that past thing with I'm talking about Aquarius, where we can transcend those things and those wounds and that suffering and find our innocence and realize that we are a fool on this journey. Pisces 12th house, Neptune energy can rule suicide. It can rule past life suicide, having to deal with that karma. Lost identity. There is no, Pisces is where the ego goes to dissolve back into the oneness of the totality of consciousness. So it is where, it's hard to find an identity because, well, what am I identifying with? I'm all things. I'm connected to everything. So Pisces is very interesting because it's mutable and dualistic, but it really is where the spiritual plane meets the physical plane and how it's all tied together. Fantasy, masochistic energy, very naive. Neptune Pisces energy can be extremely gullible. It can be extremely just it doesn't stick. It kind of just slips. Everything slips off with the fish and the Pisces. Like everything's, oh yeah, it didn't really stick. Like, oh, okay. Like, sure, whatever you say. Didn't really fully sink in. Music is very connected to Pisces. Poetry is very connected to Pisces. Art, I think anytime that you're channeling something into something, oh wow. You're definitely using your Neptune, your Pisces. I think music is so often channeled, it's a channeled experience, writing music, playing music. Loss, erosion, it is that erosion of ego. It does show us where, all things can dissolve. It is a dissolving force. The dreamer, confusion, disassociation, drugs. Pisces represents consciousness itself. Consciousness is like water. It has no form. It takes the form of whatever form is contained within it. Our perceptions of reality are conditioned through the form of consciousness of the consciousness is in. God permeates all consciousness. All forms of consciousness have the impulse to experience the transcendent reality. This is the impulse that stimulates the principle of evolution. Pisces ignites the desire to return to God. Scorpio demands proof. Pisces has blind faith. The location of Pisces and Neptune in the birth chart indicate the natural way for the person to spiritualize their life. So like I've told you, right? Like I'm a Sun Neptune conjunction in the 10th house. Pisces is my 12th house ruler, meaning that Neptune rules my 12th. So like I started a business about astrology and how I channel my spiritual practice as a business, a public image, all based around my spiritual practice is really what it is. Like astrology became my spiritual practice, and then I shared it, and that was how, it starts. Right. So it's interesting, you can do this with your own chart. So I'll read that again. The location of Pisces, wherever that's at in your chart, and whatever house rules that. This can be good homework too, because I think we're going to finish with Neptune and then. So like this would be an Aries rising chart because it's just is that way. So it has this line. You can look at any of these where that house line meets up and what sign it meets up with. That is the ruler of that house for you. So if you were a Virgo rising, Pisces would rule your 7th house in opposition. If you were Scorpio rising, Pisces would rule your 5th house, or, depending on intercepts and stuff, close to that area. But then you want to look to where Neptune's at. I will teach more of that. I'm jumping a little bit ahead for people, and I know some people are advanced enough to go through that as well. And we're going to cover lots more. There's still so much class left, so don't trip. Anyways, where was I? Oh, the location of Pisces and Neptune in the birth chart indicates the natural way for the person to spiritualize their life. Mine was a spiritual business, persona, public image. These, plus planets in the 12th house and the aspects they make, are likely source of the types of disillusionment we will experience in our lives. The collective unconscious is content of consciousness that pertains to the entire human species. It resides within each human body. The collective conscious is the totality of all thoughts and vibrations existing at any moment in time. On the conscious level, we each tune into these through Neptune and osmose them into ourselves through Scorpio. The impact of totality alters our perceptions and personal realities. There are 3 kinds of consciousness: racial, which is Caucasian, Oriental, African, etc., national, and regional, South, Northwest, US, blah, blah, blah. So, very interesting. We will go into house systems next week, and next week we're going to start pulling up charts and building stories. So we're starting to get into the juice of things, which I'm sure a lot of you are ready for and very excited for. So yeah, that was a nice little 4-hour class. What's up with my chart? You talking about my chart or someone else's chart? My chart is on my website in the About Me section, if you're curious. Awesome. Well, thank you all so much. I appreciate you all. If you have any questions, this is a good time to go through those. And if not, then I will catch you guys next week. And that was a good class. I think that one, we're ready to start doing some big things now. House system's easy. That won't take very long. And yeah, we're going to start pulling charts up and showing you how to run charts and showing you to run some really cool charts. Awesome. I'm so glad you enjoyed. You guys are awesome. Do you know how to work with bad placements? I do. I kind of went over that when I was talking about the essential dignities, like Jupiter and Capricorn. Like, you want to take on responsibility. Like, I know it can feel restrictive and gosh, I have to like step up and do something, but like you have so much there to do it with Jupiter. Mars in Cancer, you need to do what you feel emotionally called to. Like, if you're like, there's a lot of emotion there and emotion drives you. So how are things making you feel? Like, straight up, like, are you getting a good feeling from this? No, then that's where Mars has to cut it. And Mars can want to play it too safe in Cancer because it, doesn't want to hurt feelings, or it doesn't feel safe. Like, it just has to like have that emotional courage to know it's got it. We'll go into that stuff more, but I'm going to pull up a lot of like example charts, and a lot of like the planets through the signs is going to be next week. So we're going to learn about like planets in the signs and the house, and there's a lot to cover. But I think we got the basics is enough out of the way to start getting into other areas. Yeah, 4 hours did go by fast. Awesome. All right. I appreciate you all. Love you all very much. And I will see you next week for class. And if you check out my horoscopes, then I'll see you tomorrow for the weekend horoscope. All right. Take care, everybody. Bye bye.